very happy Thursday. Good morning. Hope you're keeping well. You join us here from Tipperary, where it's currently 7 degrees. And tomorrow, it's to be -2. I don't get it. They're giving us cold weather, but it just doesn't really happen. It is, however, raining. You know, stereotype kind of weather. But we're in the dry here. We've, changed the sim to reflect the dry weather. They even put sunshine. Yeah, it's not realistic, but sure, listen, we'll take our time and see what happens. So, hope you're all keeping very well. A very good morning, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world watching right now. Today, we're going to spend a little bit of time on airport etiquette. What we mean by that is we need to learn airports, understand the taxiway markings, all the different markings, the different taxiways, what we can and what we can't do, what we should and shouldn't do. Understanding an airport, learning a lot of the visual reference points, be it landmarks on the ground, proximity to like a city or a lake or a forest, all this kind of jazz. And then we're going to go flying as we trek on out up towards the Clonmel NDB or VOR, I think it's an NDB, and then we'll tip across Shannon direction. Then later, we're going to be briefing for our VATSIM flight tonight, which I'm looking forward to, flying the Phoenix A320 and have all the gear to put together. So it'll be a busy one. Do you know, I've had a busy morning. I got new apparel delivered by flightsimtees.com. It's very nice. Ooh, look at the lovely... Right. Just like this kind of regalia. I think it's great. So, we'll be making these available soon. They're absolutely lovely. They're a hoodie. No, wait, they're a zoodie. No, a zoodie. A zoodie. Yeah, that's the one. So, new gear, lads. Very fancy. Oh, look, there's an airliner after appearing on my screen. Who's that now? Jeez, don't tell me that's Rex. Rex, I don't know how you do it. I mean, I don't know how you do it. You're always in large, massive, ginormous aircraft. Just kind of creeping up on us. Sneaking in, if you will. You know. He's mad as badgers, that lad. But anyway, we'll... Jesus. We'll see how we get on. I also got this in the mail this morning. Oh, Jesus. I need to install it, look. I was going to do the unboxing, but... well, it is an unboxing. This here is the clock. Look at the size of it. Warning. Ingestion hazard. The product contains a button cell or coin battery. We won't be eating it, like. So I need to turn this on. Actually, I wonder, can I do that now? You can't miss an opportunity. Wait now. There is nothing as satisfying. Do you know what I'm saying? Murph has a big clock. Right? Oh, indeed. Right. Now you can change, you can twist this now. You ready? Hang on. What did you do in your stream today, Murph? We burst the bubble wrap. Right. Put that down there now. Away with that. Right. Now, and I have a plug. It's a USB thing. This is brilliant. We're going to do all this. Like, imagine now if it, exploded or something. I need to plug... Now, hang on. Jesus, you get a good bit of ammunition with this. Jesus. Hang on now. I have a gadget over here, look. Hang on, if I stand up. Pause, I'm actually dropping that. Don't look at me head. Is there life in this gadget? There's a light on there, look. Hang on. We'll do the thing that makes it look like we're doing it right. And we'll see what happens. The treads on your man. Right. Absolutely gorgeous apparel. And that sticker fits absolutely deadly, right? It's like, how did he know? He just knew, right? So we're all kind of, it's all looking terribly fancy. If I was a plug, where would I plug in? Oh, look, there's stuff over here, look. What's this do? Oh, Jesus, don't break it. Wait, where does this plug into? Oh, look, it goes in here. Right now. Need to put the wire in behind the gadget, otherwise the wire will fall out. OBJ, look! This is, hang on a second, this is terribly posh, isn't it? Look at it! Absolutely, hang on a second now. Only I may view the clock. I'm only messing, hang on, it comes with a remote control, look. Warning, ingestion hazard. Why they what? Now, oh Jesus, look, there's lights on the shagging thing, look. Oh, that's terribly look at the state. Lights off, Lights on. I mean, right. Leave the lights on. It looks nice. Display colours. We can do things with stuff. Isn't this a Temu special? Yeah. I kind of like the multicoloured stuff, you know. Oh, red, oh, green. That's terribly military. Yes, at this time we'll do the thing. Time set. Oh, look, it's flashing. Right. What time is it? It's 11. Yep. Okay. 11. I better go on. This is Temu, you know. It only goes to 58 seconds. Ah, no! Ah, Jesus. It's 11:29 a.m. Oh, go back up. The year is 2026. Up one. Here we go. The date, the month. It's the third month. And it's the 5th day. And it's 19 degrees in here. Would you look at this, what we have done? Brilliant! This is fantastic crack altogether. We're supposed to be doing flight sim today. You have reached the world clock time zone of Tipperary, where and there's a little... oh, hang on. Come on, we'll all do this together, look. There's no sound to this now, but like, you know, the protective film. Oh, Jesus, this is terribly, terribly satisfying. It's ridiculous how satisfying. Oh, did you... Right! Brilliant. Hang on, look at the state of this now. Yes. With lights shining, because I use lights to shine my face. Isn't it very nice? And we can change the colours here. What's this button do? Display colours. Ooh. And, oh, there's teal. Oh, no, it's green. Wait. White. That looks like... Well, that's kind of all right as well. What do we reckon, lads? Which colour? Right? I kind of like the greenish kind of the red is very kind of, you know, important or something. Where is it now? Jays, I'm after losing the run of... Where is it? Come back. Was it that one? Or was it that one? I kind of like this one, the greeny teal, right? Absolutely brilliant. Now what is it? All off, display colours, dimmer. Hello? Ah, brilliant. There's speakers on it as well. And we can go degrees Celsius or we can use freedom units. Brilliant. And what else? The light underneath. I do like the light. That's 21.15 price clock. It pretty much does it, yeah, but it's absolutely brilliant. Auto dimmer, it says. You know, I'm a bit like that. I'm a bit of an automatic dimmer. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And it was about 20 quid on Temu, and here it is. It came all the way from China, and it's where does this live, lads? I need to put this somewhere handy. I could put it over there. We shall see. We shall see. I'll put it over here for the moment, right? You know, so it doesn't fall or break or smash or anything, right? And, right, that's all we have for today. But thanks for tuning in. You know, what else? I got stuff in the mail. Give us sent me on cool stuff. Check out some of this gear. This goes over my MacDo or my MCDU. It clips down on top of it. I'll be using that later on. Right? Give us a legend, this lad. A fancy cover from me. Come here. Did you see the... Oh, Jesus. So, I fell into a rabbit hole last night. Well, I say I fell into a rabbit hole. I stood, looked at the hole in the ground, and I dived headfirst with my hands behind my head straight into this rabbit hole. And the rabbit hole was, I was talking about getting a laptop, right? And it's funny... AI is taken over. I started comparing it. I says, right, get onto ChatGPT, compare this against that against this, and give me a full summary of what's good, what isn't, and then I want you to go off and search the internet to find me something with what I'm looking for in a location that, you know, isn't far away. Right. So it did. And it gave all the, you know, this is what you need, this is what you want. And then it started reasoning. And I don't reason. You know, if I'm buying stuff, if I'm buying technology stuff, I don't reason. I'm like, oh, but it looks pretty. Right. And I end up buying things like clocks that have lights. There's a man on my screen. I end up buying clocks and stuff, right? But anyway, to make a short story, I'm about to hurt me neck. You need a browser for your needs, right? It's frightening. So I went over anyway, and I said, "Listen, I'll think more on it." And since I've started this debacle of saying, "Look, I want to get a laptop for having like access to mobility," And what I mean by that is, if I want to use a laptop to go live on OBS, if I want to do a bit of video editing, right? That was the idea. Keep an eye on Discord, log into a server, all this kind of stuff. General use, nothing major. And I was like, for the last, I don't know, how long am I looking for this now? Maybe 2 months? About 2 months, about 8 weeks. And I remember I was looking at like, you know, Lenovo and HP Omens and all this stuff. And the prices, they keep going up. I don't know. But and even laptops. And you're like, lads, this is like, you know, last year's stock. They're just hungry hooers. They're just putting the prices up because they can. So what I was originally looking at around like 1,400 quid or whatever, right? The same spec is about 1,900 quid. They've gone up on average about 500 euros. And I'm thinking, Jesus. So then, I don't know what happened. It suggested, ChatGPT suggested something. It said, would you consider Apple? I said, I like Apple. I have an Apple phone. I have an Apple Watch. I have Apple Pods that go in my ears and stuff. Yeah, I'm sure. I have an iPad, right? Yeah, I'll consider. But aren't they like very expensive and like not as good? And then the thing started almost persuading me. Well, you do know they have that new M5 chip. What's an M5 chip? I haven't a clue. Is it a BMW? What? So next thing, I started learning about the M5 chip. Jesus then. So I started, you know, research and how good is it, and looking at a couple of videos, and all the usual lads come out of the woodwork. Oh, this is the best thing ever. You need to buy it because I'm selling this for Apple and I'll get a commission. All these lads telling you how great it is. And then you find the opposite, or the polar opposite of these lads who are like, I don't know, they've shares in Microsoft. Them things are so bad, you know, upset Greta and all this. So I had to say, right, what do I need? This is what I need to be able to do, and how am I best going to do it? And then by using ChatGPT, it reasoned with me even further. So I started thinking, a lot of plugins don't work with the Mac version of OBS. Agreed. Yes, it did tell me that. All right, brilliant. I should have just rang Gibbo, but like this is like 1 o'clock this morning. So like, you know, Gibbo, what would you do here? Murph, why are you ringing me so late? But did you? Right. But anyway, so I'm now inside the rabbit hole. I'm not getting out of here anytime soon. And then I said, right, well, if I buy a laptop, how long is it going to last realistically? And in the price range and the spec I was looking for. Something like maybe a 5070. I need a lot of RAM, minimum 16. And Ireland, we just rip the ground from out underneath you. They don't do 32 gigs of RAM here. And if they do, well, you have to submit your firstborn and maybe, you know, your liver, right? The prices are ridiculous here. So much so, I could be on a platform in Ireland.ie, see a laptop for like, you know, 1,800 quid. Then I go over to the same platform in a different country, let's call it DE, and the thing is like 1,100 quid. Do the maths, right? They rip us off here, right? But anyway, I said, let's tease this one out. So anyway, like a blind man I had to feel my way around, if anyone knows that line. So I said, right, a terabyte of storage, SSD, 24 gigs of RAM, and an M5 chip. Then I need external memory, because that's an issue that I have even on my phone. On my iPhone, if I'm trying to record 4K, the memory's like, yeah, storage. There's no storage there. So I found a gadget that will act as just mobile storage, and it's fast. So now I can solve the iPhone issue if I'm recording videos. Because if I'm recording a video, say if I want to put something up on Instagram or whatever, well, I can use Instagram and it'll just do it. But you're like, we're in other places than Instagram. Like, you've TikTok, you've YouTube Shorts, you've all these things. So I'm thinking, I don't want to like make the same video 3 times. I'm lazy. You know. So anyway, to make a short story long, I did what I had to do. Went to bed. The wife woke up. I spent a good 10 minutes telling her how wonderful and great she is and that I love her dearly, and no matter what happens, I'll always be there. And then I kind of said, well, I'm not just spending a few bob. What you do? I bought a laptop. What do you mean you bought a laptop? I bought an Apple Mac Pro laptop.
Ted, come on. You're going a bit mad there.
And at that stage, the cat even woke up. You did what? Right. Go back and sleep, you. So anyway, so it'll be here on Tuesday. So it's a MacBook Pro with 24 gigs of RAM, a terabyte, and an M5 chip. Not the Pro, just a standard M5 chip. Because based on what I wanted to do, and I ran tests, especially with Adobe Premiere and all the jazz, this is going to be quite good. But two things, well, three, but two things are very, very good. One is the battery. You're going to get, based on what I do, I'll probably get about 12 or 13 hours off a single charge. That's savage, right? And then the second thing, of course, is the screen. The screen is just absolutely gorgeous. And I remember even, flying with Gibbo. He had the iPad Pro. And I've like the normal iPad. It's semi-professional. You know, it's an amateur, right? And I was saying, yeah, Jesus, look how well the thing is. The screen, the bigger screen, but also then the colouring and the refresh rate.
60% of the time, it works.
Every time. And I was like, yeah, I need to get one of those. And then I started looking at iPads, and I was thinking, right, I can, like, for an iPad Pro, you're probably talking to.
This biggie just...
Would you listen? About 1,200 quid. I was like, I'm miserable, right? So I ended up going with the MacBook Pro, and then I had to get stuff for it, including a case, including the thing with the yoke, with the hard drive thingy. And what else did I get with it? I ordered things that are important. Oh yeah, the hard drive, the laptop, a charger plug thingamajig, that is important, and yeah, we are witnessing the birth of an Apple fanboy. No, I don't know. I got it on Amazon.
Can I get a refund?
It was 2,600 quid from Apple. It was 1,900 quid on Amazon. Do the maths there, right? I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait, what? Is this right? Buy? Right? So the way I can kind of tease this out is that's a huge expense, massive expense. Anything with technology, if you're going to be investing heavily, and like I was caught in the headlights of the Elgato. Pick me. Right? Did you see what they released? I stayed strong. I didn't click buy now. So I'm cured. Right, because I was going to buy that Stream Deck gargantuan fella, you know, and then I was looking at the freaking audio stuff, and then I was thinking, Jesus, just 2 XLR inputs, and anyway, before you even start worrying, that was like 1,200 quid. I was like, no, I won't buy that. Yes, right. Bet you still send Elgato an email. You could be damn sure I did. Hello, listen, be Janie then. That keyboard video, Asher, with loads of crack. Would you mind sending us out something else? I think this would be great for flight simmers. They need the Stream Deck XL Plus. I haven't heard back from them, to be fair. Right? Delete that feckin' agent off our books. Who is he? Some mad Irish fella, you know. So that's just not going to work, right? And if I don't hear anything in 3 days, my emails are set up to give me a nudge. Would you like to be reminded? Yes, I would. Send it again. Hey, in case you missed this. Why did that change colour? Oh, it changes colour! Oh, that's very kind of Mrs. TPHI, kind of neck of the woods, isn't it? Look at it, look at it, was blue. And now teal. Jesus, that's very distracting. I positively won't be able to do any work here at all with my new clock from Temu. But right. So anyway, I have to, what have I to do? Oh, you have to wait till Tuesday. It's not here till Tuesday. Oh. And I could buy I even started reasoning. I went on to ChatGPT and I said, listen, I can get the MacBook Air, save about 400 quid, and it'll be here tomorrow. And I was like, Murph, it actually said this. Murph, I know you're excited to get it. But are you really going to lose out on all that performance and yada, yada, yada for the sake of 4 days? After 4 days, no one says, I got it 4 days sooner. No, they will say, balls, I got the wrong one. You know, tell you lads, we're all shagged. This thing is reasoning. So basically what I'm trying to say is, I'm an innocent person and I was coerced. Did you ever see that movie Entrapment? ChatGPT was all Sean Connery up in me, Catherine Zeta-Jones, right? That entrapment. So I had to, you know, fall slave. I've been replaced by AA. Gibbo, could you imagine if I did ring you though? You know, 1 o'clock in the morning. Gibbo, I'm thinking about this. To be fair, Gibbo would just say, why don't you just buy it and shag off? Leave me alone. You know. But yeah, that's what I did. And AI made me do it. I need that on it. Hang on, that's a great idea for merch. No kitchen entrapment though. That's where we set up the laser thingy, does it? You know what I'm saying? And it's me and the spandex. Right? Get a good hard mental image of that now, lads. That'll make it cough up your breakfast. But yeah, so that's what I did. So, and the idea, of course, being because I have I've loads of these little cameras. These little, I'm pointing to things you can't see them. These sort of fellas, the Link C2. These are brilliant cameras, and they're very high quality, and they're not very expensive, and they're from Insta360. And I've a ridiculous collection. I've five of the shagging things. Right? They're very good. And of course, I can now use this gear with the laptop. And of course, I have my Osmo Pod. It's a full streaming setup. And yes, some of the plugins won't work. But I'm not twisting me neck. But a lot of the, my transitions that we have here in the studio, they're absolutely fantastic. When I go from screen to screen. So it doesn't really need a whole lot of computing power. Unless, of course, we press other buttons, El John jumps on there. Do you know what I mean? But apart from that, all is well. Do you know? So that's now up to date. That's what I've done. That's right. Feel guilty. It's like I'm in trouble. After spending money. Jesus. But I have, as ChatGPT reassured me, I have not just impulsed buy. Not at all. I have researched it. I weighed up the pros and cons. I did my SWOT analysis. And I have created a mobile solution to my creative space. Right? Brilliant. So, I've only gone and bought an expensive Mac. Tell me what I need it for. Can you read my chats? I literally had the question, so now that I bought this, can you indicate other things I can use this for? And it did. It was like, yes, you can put, for flight simming, why not? You can put your maps in it. You can put the weather on it. You can use it as a mobile dashboard for your OBS so you can see it without having to turn your head. All of this stuff was like, that's pretty low-hanging fruit, but it's the reasons. The loads of reasons. Brilliant, right? So Tuesday, you'll all hear about it, and I don't know how to use Apple. I'm absolutely... Windows I get, no one tell them the sim doesn't work on the Mac. Yeah, right? I even went down to, is this thing any good for gaming? And I was like, not really. Oh, what? Why not? And then it kind of, this reasoning. Do you want to be able to play a game for about 1 hour, or do you want to be able to be productive? Or, yeah... High productivity in your creative endeavors for many hours. That was the reasoning. And I was like, yeah, I do. Yeah. It's like when you go shopping for clothes with your missus and you find the world's deadliest Hawaiian shirt and she's like, no. You're not getting that. But it looks really nice. And then she'll explain to you as to why you can't have it, because you have the shell of what appears to be some sort of goat or, maybe a large dog that has fallen over through exhaustion. And then you're like, yeah, okay. But that's how I felt from the gadget. And lads, I'm telling you, me neck. Jesus, me neck. But anyway, I'm glad I got that kind of off my chest. It was very important that I tell you, I like to tell you what I do. I look for kind of community support and feedback, and also then, I've already spoken to the community and they're quite okay with it. I don't see any issues here. As opposed to, what did you do that for? I needed it. Huh? Yeah, right. So, yes. It's great crack being here, isn't it? What did you do? What are we doing tomorrow? What am I doing tomorrow? Some of the stuff is arriving tomorrow. So this time tomorrow, I should be sitting here with an empty case and a charger for a Mac I don't have yet. Oh, look, it's going to be... Right. Anyway, I'm also out late tonight as well. After our stream, I have to pick up the young fella who's coming back from his school trip. So I don't know what time they're in at. I think it's 12 o'clock, I think. We mightn't be too bad. But anyway, that's what I'm up against. So I didn't necessarily get out of the rabbit hole. I now live here. Yeah, it's very nice. Dark in places, but it's nice. Now, Eamon, good morning. Hope you're well. Willow, how much is here? Top of the morning to you, bud. Malky, working while doing some DIY. Ooh, nice. Awesome news, man. What are you DIYing? Do you know? Idle Cutoff, good morning. Cambridge calling. Hello from Tipperary. Spitfire RAF 100. Good morning. Hope all is well. David Bay is here. Sunny England. Sim Guy, good to see you. Creo has rambled in from County Mayo. Good morning to you. Dazza is here. Good morning. 98 Vulcan, greetings. You were parked up here beside me. Good to see you. He says, I was doing a little test flight in Cork just now and trying out the Google Map mod. It looks actually very good in this area. Lovely place. I landed and parked inconspicuously and you spawned in beside me. Now there's a mad lass walking through my propeller and through the tail of your aircraft. You're in Cork, all right. Brilliant. Heisenberg, good morning. Just Roy is here. Welcome aboard. Commander Balosh, hope you're well. Gibbo, of course, is here. And thank you very much for sending all the attire. Made from real flight simmers, you know. Jesus, there's a bit of muse. Right, brilliant. Hope you're well, buddy. Let me see here now. Locust, good morning. Irish Bud is here. Welcome in. Mangst, good morning. Let me see here now. Put it above your bed. You couldn't put it above your bed. You mad? Mac Vision, how are you? Air Ease, welcome in. Let me see. Sunjammer, good morning. David Bay is in the house. Mangst, UTC time, I'm telling you. Where is this now? Balut. How's all, Balut? Let me see here now. Nuljourn, welcome in. I would buy a clock like that if only I could tell time. Yeah, right. How can you tell how long the intro's going to take? Oh, wait, now we can tell how long the intro's going to take. There's no stopwatch, is there? There's a countdown timer. To be fair, right? How can we cancel that? Oh, it just disappeared itself. Brilliant. We can use a countdown. 777 is here. Good to see you. Does the laptop come with a kitchen? No. Mrs. TPHI is upside down. Good to see you, Mrs. Mrs. Dazzy used the chat GPT to compare me with other men. Wait, what? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. No one tell Murph there's an M5 Pro chip. Yeah, would you wished out of it now, right? Now, where are we at? The M Silicons from Apple are currently pretty good. Low power consumption with good lifespan. Man Roy, I knew you would approve. Nerf My Age is here, good to see you. Where'd you order it from? Yeah. Amazon. It's mad, isn't it? Right, you won't find me buying expensive stuff, says Dazza. I agree. I absolutely agree. Let me see. P.S. Miranda, good morning. Hello there. Hope you're well. Roy says, Murph, if you do get the Mac, do an ASMR unboxing party with us, wearing white gloves. Ooh, slow motion cam. You know, brilliant. Heisenberg says, according to the new clock, we are 15 minutes in and haven't started the intro yet. Yeah, it's pretty mad, isn't it? We're doing the intro now, though. Captain Kenobi, good morning. Hope all is well. Where is this now? 5 cameras, but no new kitchen. Electricity bill entrapment, right? Brilliant. I think Murph's in for a creative beating from the missus. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Where is this now? Kitchen 3D design. Wait, what? Roy says, Murph, if you purchased from some extra connection stuff for the laptop, I did. I got like the MagSafe and I got the hub gadget, the Thunderbolt. Very, very frightening. You know the gadget that gives you more USBs? I got that as well. Mr. Pauly, yes, I did tell the wife. The Impossible Phase, thank you for 10 months. Cheers, buddy. You're very kind. That's a side effect from your head injury. Mr. TPHI, it all makes sense. Head injury, sore neck, impulsive buying. It makes total sense. So when there is a court of inquiry or a court martial, depending on the attitude and the mood of the missus, I have all of these things at my defence. Well, darling, you know I was traumatised from that injury. You might remember I had that catastrophic, intense injury. And then I was able to be coerced and entrapped, indeed, by local AI. This is brilliant. I mean, this is me get out of jail card straight away, right? Look, the camera moved itself. That's brilliant. But anyway, we're catching up here now. Captain Kenobi, 15 in a row. Thank you very much indeed. Sim Guy is here. Tier 1 for 3 months in advance. He's waiting for the Apple stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Paparazzi, good to see you. Hope all is well. I've submitted a request to Mrs. Dazza for the Flight Sim Enthusiast Zudi for my birthday next month. Application of planning permission has been sent in, and now you're hoping to see what happens. Bloody hell! That's a 49 months, you mad devil. Jesus. Thank you very, very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. Right. Glenn Guy is doing the international greeting in Microsoft Flight Sim. When you see us at FS Weekend, that's what we'll be doing, There'll be no handshakes or high fives or fist pumps. No. We'll do the, that maneuver. But anyway, Patton is here. Good day to you. Dave Cleary. Legend Dave. Welcome in, Dave. Kubi Montana is here. Paul, welcome in. Gary Moore is in the house. Sean, welcome in. The Boise, hope all is well. Pete is here. Captain Sickbag, good morning from a damp Model County. You're very welcome in. Avgeek is here. Hey, it's Lazy. Welcome aboard. Johnny Mon, hope you're well. How's she cutting, Johnny, in the Windy City? Captain Hocka, welcome aboard. And Plen Guy, you're very welcome in, lads. Dougal McTavish, the chairman. Welcome in. I'm after losing. I thought I crashed everything. I didn't. All is well. Dougal, hope you're well, buddy. Just tell her it's delayed concussion. Yeah. Suffering from chronic by now. Right now. By now. Binauseous. I can't even say that, paparazzi. It's a good start. Dougal, hope you're well. We got a new clock. Brilliant. It tells the time, the day, the date, the temperature. Absolutely brilliant. I'll drop this now and smash it, and then I will not be a happy camper. So it's USB powered. So I need to find. I can probably put it over there somewhere. I wonder. Well, I can't really show you, but it is there. Oh wait, does this button work? No. Does this button work? Yeah. So I can put. Oh Jesus! Look, I can put it up over there somewhere, or I can put it over there. I haven't figured this one out yet. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Chris, good to see you, buddy. You had surgery yesterday. You're as sore as a devil. Dougal, you poor old devil. Feel better immediately. 172 is here. I was to reuse the software to run my Logitech radio panel. I was. Or can you? Yes, you can. Or you can use it with something else. You can use like Spad.next or MobiFlight. That'll work as well. MobiFlight, that's the free option. Spad, you have to pay. But yeah. Buy now, Zeitis. Thank you, paparazzi. Yes, 100%. I hope you have a speedy recovery, says Mrs. TPHI to Dougal. And we all agree. A speedy recovery, Dougal. Yes. We got the Spitfire fly past in town today. Jesus, Mr. Pauly, really? Right, we'll come over to this screen. I remember I said, expensive, high production transitions. That squeak was already there, right? Oh, Jesus. Oh, look, there's people standing around. Right, so what we're looking at today, friends, it's all part of this kind of pilot etiquette. Etiquette, you say? Yes. And what it is to give folks kind of like just a better idea of operating in and around airports, because it's not to be like, okay, we need to do everything now terribly realistic or whatnot, but people actually get into a bit of bother, especially if they're going online with like VATSIM or whatnot. They get into a bit of bother because they're either starting up and they shouldn't, they're taxiing, they're speeding, they've missed exits, they haven't planned ahead, and maybe even the layout when they're doing kind of pattern work, the traffic circuit, if they're getting, you end up in the wrong place. Right. And then even identifying where you are in relation to the airport. That's always a challenge, especially when you're flying in and out of airports you may not fully know. Right. So we're going to spend a bit of time on this today. Plus, there's other things we need to focus today, because as we're looking at the lads here, I went with Cork only because Cork Airport was added to a world update, meaning we all have access to a fairly decent scenery. And there's a couple of things we need to watch for, because yes, we know we have taxiway signs, and this one's fairly straightforward. You can see, well, there's an F, then we have 34 and 16. So that's letting us know it's taxiway Foxtrot, and it's approaching runway 34 and 16. Right? Now, there's not two runways, there's one runway, but there's two directions. You'll have 34 on one side, 16 on the other. And of course, those numbers represent a heading or a bearing based on your compass. 340, almost north. 360 is bang on north. 160, pretty much south. But 180 is bang on south. You get the idea, all right? Now, there's other things you might keep your eye out for at certain airports. You have this magnetic shift that happens. Every so often, airports might change the runway number. Yeah, 28 to 29, or it could be 27 6 to 2.5, depending on where in the world they are. But it is a thing. You do have this magnetic drift. The poles shift, and then, you know, magnetic north changes. So these are just things you want to be aware of, right? And then we have markings when we look at the taxiway itself. Now, some airports in the sim are very good. Some are basic. Even have colouring. So there's a couple of things, like just like your road signs in the real world, there's different colours that mean certain things. And then we have the runway, and then we have markings on the runway. You might have, you know, people say, you know, these sound like, you might hear people say, you know, the piano keys or the threshold, and you've all these kind of stuff there. We're gonna focus on some of this now today. So the piano keys, that's the nickname. It's basically at the threshold of the runway, right? And then after that, you'd have the runway identifier. In this case, it's 3-4, and then you have your center line. And then beside your center lines, you have distance markers, usually measured in 100 meters or so, right? And then you have your aiming point. That's why this guy's a little bit different. So see the way that these lines are much bigger? That's your aiming point. And you'll kind of know where you're at. If you look at runways, well, you'll actually see there's a lot more kind of wear and tear on the runway closer to these touchdown zones or aiming points, because, well, that's where aircraft aim to land. That's what they aim to be hitting the ground at, right? Don't use it as much when you're taking off, but there are some visual aids you want to be watching as you are taking off. And again, these can all be seen from your taxiway signage. So we can see here, look, Foxtrot is coming up here on our right hand side, grand. If we continue on down, because Cork is unique because it has an interesting flight school down to the base here, but there are also important restrictions or limits when it comes to our airport. Limits are important. We need to know them. Limits would be this sort of a setup here. So if we look down on these lines, and we'll go into this in a little bit more detail. When we look at lines like this, think of if you're in a car where you have a continuous white line, or in this case, a continuous double white line. It doesn't mean no parking. It means there's a restriction on passing this. You are not to pass this area unless cleared. The same on the far side then. If you're coming in off a taxiway, you're not actually clear of it until you go past this line. Yeah. And then we see these lines here. These are guidelines to let you know that usually you should be past this before you're clear of a particular area. So you need to go, you need to taxi up and beyond that. And there's other markings we can see. Again, you'll have ground markings showing you what runways are ahead of you. You probably have stop lights, check lights, right? There is signage missing here. And then we have information on the airport, specifically to the airport, where it's telling us the max span is 36 meters. That means the maximum wingspan. So, horsing in a 777 or an A380 or an A350, no, you're going to exceed that. So you've got to be careful. Now, if we look at the other one down here, again, we can see, well, right, Echo, there's a letter there. So this is taxiway Echo, right? And we have the same sort of story again. We have our stop bar, and then on the far side, you'd have a hold short. All right. So it's important to know what these are. Then we have various different parking positions. And when you see T parking slots like this, well, what direction should your aircraft be facing, right? And how to park it and all the rest. Then we have these lines coming in for parking spots or even parking on the stands. Now, pilots refer to stands as, well, these. We refer to them as gates, right? Gates, because, well, we're in the airport and it'll say, your flight is departing out of gate 16 or whatever. All right, quick, I need to get down to gate 16. Pilots they don't care what the gate number is. They go by the stand number. Now, in a lot of places, the stands will actually, match up with the gates in a lot of places, but sometimes they don't. So if you were to look at stand 9, for example, well, stand 9 could be serviced from gates, 4, 5, and 6 inside the terminal. All right. Do you know what I mean? So you've these things to kind of consider. And then we have the markings then, taxiway markings. When you see these white markings, see these white lines inside their own little box. This is designed for ground utility traffic. Fuel trucks, baggage, airport vehicles, not for aircraft. That is not a taxiway that our aircraft will go in and out of. Not at all. Then when we have these sort of black and yellow lines here for lining up, especially at Cork, these are an indication to say you are not to stop on these lines. Keep her moving, keep her moving.
Hello there.
So you don't have an aircraft stopping with that, unless of course the ground crew are telling you. But the good news is in the real world, you have ground crew most of the time. At any airport, most of the time, particularly if you're up this neck of the woods and you're using relatively big parking points or parking spots. For general aviation, we don't. We wouldn't always have ground crews there looking after us. So in that case, we would have ground parking icons, which is over here. And it kind of gives us an idea. Okay, so the T at the front is usually where you want your nose wheel or the nose of the aircraft, very close to it. That's what you're aiming for. All right. Naughty Gnome is here. Good to see you. Impulse, good to see you, bud. Hope you're well. Roy says Maastricht changed their numbering some years ago. Yeah. 100%. Murph, you have a MacBook so you can use kitchen design software. Jesus. The file I used for Logitech Radio in 2020, I just copied to 2024. Where do I put it? You shouldn't need it. You shouldn't need it. It should just be able to detect it as is, you know? Unless it's specifically a control file, well then possibly goes into your WGS folder. But it wouldn't, I'm not sure. There are some slight differences, you know? Other things around an airport we need to be aware of course, we're looking for weather vanes or weather socks, wind socks, right? Now these vary. I've yet to see the book to say exactly what they measure, depending on, and it should say it, but like these socks in Australia, they tend to have, it's a single color. In Europe and in the US, they have a lot of these colored ones. So each section indicates a certain speed. So for example, you can have either 3 knots or 5 knots, and they're not color coded. It depends. Most of the ones I watch, it's 5 knots. Anything I've seen, there are 5 knots for every time you see these guys get inflated or pushed. And I'll show you here now, right? If I were to increase the wind, so the wind is currently blowing gently here at, well, it says 10 knots. But if I were to increase this to 20 knots, see the way now we're getting more wind in there? So that's giving me an indication. So this marker isn't exactly accurate because these should be 5. Yeah, in Australia it's 5 knots. Yeah, it's 5 knots wherever I've flown. Any sock that I had to follow is 5 knots. So you get the idea. So if, for instance, you see a weather sock giving it full tilt and you're like, well, mother of Jesus, well, you're going to be saying, well, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. It's about 25 knots. Now, if this, for whatever reason, is trying to read 10 knots, that's not correct. All right? So the speed here says it's at 40 knots. Now, it depends where the wind is coming in from. Again, the weather sock will change in the direction that the wind is blowing. Right, but you have to understand how the sock works. The wind is not now blowing, away from us. The wind is blowing toward us. So if you see a weather sock like this, well, you want to make sure your aircraft is facing this direction, right? If you see that, you don't want to be on this side of a weather sock taking off. Wind socks, yeah, they're pretty bad. You don't want to be taking off if you have your weather sock doing that. And you're moving this direction. That means the wind is behind you and you're just going to have a bad day. So just be aware of that, all right? Some third-party sceneries do a better job when it comes to, wind interpretation and all this sort of jazz, right? Heisenberg, no, this is the default Cork Airport. I think Gaia made this. It's very, very good. MK do a very good one, but I like the default sim one. I think it's very good, all right? So again, if we were to bring this back down to maybe, a nice comfortable 4 or 5 knots, right? And then you can go into, gust speeds and all the sort of jazz, But 5 knots, yeah, we can see the first one there. If you get rid of all the wind, winds are calm, up to 5 knots. 5 knots should really be inflating the second barb there. So I think that's something they need to work on. So that's weather socks. Now, there's other weather instruments located at airports, right? You'll see ground weather stations. Some of them are really old where instead of moving a sock, it's moving like a dial on the ground. There's all this kind of stuff. I think the best one I've seen was the stone on a bit of string. If the stone is moving, it's windy. If the stone is missing, it's very windy, right? This kind of stuff. What else do we have? If you don't have a weather sock, let's say you're going, you're out in the bush somewhere, and you're trying to figure out, well, what are the winds doing? Well, you need to look around, get an idea of what's happening. So, where is this now? When configuring active sky, I found out that in 2020, Microsoft Flight Sim halved the ground speed for reasons, and there is a setting to double the wind speed in active sky. If that's true in 2024, it would make sense why the sock is looking like 10 knots. Oh, interesting. Richie, good to see you, buddy. Thank you very much indeed. Cheers, man. Yeah, Naughty, that's interesting, bud. Yeah, we can look at that. Now, what might you think in and around an airport if there wasn't any weather socks, if you just can't see them? Well, how might you be able to tell what the wind is doing? Any ideas? What direction is the wind blowing? And this is true to both the sim and also in the real world, right? What would you be looking for? The trees. Very good. So if we come up here to our menu and we bring up the weather and we want to have a look at some of these trees, right? Well, if I were to say, well, look, do you see that movement of the trees now? It's quite subtle, but you get the idea, right? Why does the menu system always struggle with this stuff? See, my cursor is now stuck. How do we fix that? There, we fixed it. And the direction of the wind. So trees are a great way to kind of get a rough estimate of what's going on. What's even better, and depend in the real world, this is what you'd use, but you would look at if there's any chimneys, smokestacks, right? The sim has some in places, and you can get an idea. Oh, look, the wind is blowing this way. It's just another way of figuring out, hey, look, there's the wind, right? So that's what you'd be looking out for. If you're out by the sea, it can help kind of ish, but the tidal stuff is going to be different. So at airports, you're looking mainly for a weather sock or a weather station if it has it. If it doesn't, check the trees. And if it doesn't have trees, look around the area for smokestacks. All right. Yeah, Roy, 100%. The movement of the trees is a huge stepping up point in Flight Sim 2024 because it models it so much better, right? Here's a weather station, but that's not for pilots to be worrying about. That's giving raw data back inside into the ATIS and so on. Now, I mentioned ATIS. Again, there are other ways in which, as pilots, we can figure out what's happening at certain airports. And with airports, well, we have a number of different communications frequencies that we can dial into and get some information about the airport, right? And it could be critical information, but usually your ATIS is your area terminal forecast. So if I wanted to launch such an ATIS, we can go up and open say intentions. That'll do it. That'll do the perfect job for us. The say intentions will give us probably the live weather. Or I might read what's in the sim. I'll see here now in a second. And all I want to do here, if I jump back to my plane, and let me see here now, if I stick on a little ground power, that should be putting juice into the machine. It is. Okay, so that's a ground GPU connected, and we'll get the battery turned on, and we'll get some avionics on, right? So if I am at Cork and I want to go in and have a listen to the ATIS information.
E200 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 25, 34. Wind 330 at 24. Visibility 10. Rain. Few at 700.
So that's
broken at 900.
That's real world
2500.
ATIS.
Temperature 4, dew point 3. QNH 1015.
So if we go to live weather.
Level 60 advise on course heading, altitude, and if flight following is requested. Read back all runway and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information Lima.
Okay.
Cork Airport, information Lima. 1200 Zulu. Arriving and departing runways 25, 34. Wind 330 at 24. Visibility 10. Rain. Few at 700. Broken at 900. Broken at 2500.
Where's the radar sock?
Temperature 4, dew point 3. QNH 1015.
So it's windy.
Transition level 60 advise on course heading, altitude, and if flight following is requested.
Okay, so you get the idea. That's one way of being able to grab weather. So you listen to the ATIS, all right? That's one way of doing it. Now, our flight today, we're not going to bother with live weather because, well, it's not nice here in Ireland, unfortunately. So we're bringing back to this. We're bringing that wind back down to something a little bit more controllable, about 4 knots. Nice and easy. Okay, so an introduction into our signage, identifying what's in and around the airport. Weather is a big thing because that's going to dictate to us what runways are going to be active. Now, in Cork, it depends. The flight schools, usually, depending on traffic, they can use the cross runways here at 2.5. Where we're parked down here, down at the GA ramp at the flight school, usually an intersection departure is absolutely fine if we were taking off, to the north. When you come out of your little taxi ramp there, turn right, you're on runway 34 in a Cessna, you're absolutely grand, you're going to belt on, right? Which scenery is this? Captain Kenobi, good to see you. This is it's the default one. If we needed to take off in the opposite direction, well then, you're not going to just use this amount of space here for a takeoff unless you were training, so you would have to back taxi, right? Or back taxi. They all mean the same thing. If you hear it, that's what they mean. You're taxiing on the runway in the opposite direction you want to take off from. All right. Now, when it comes to things like taxiing speeds and how fast and, all this sort of jazz, general aviation aircraft, the general rule of thumb is your taxi speed, unless it's restricted by signage, your taxi speed should be just slightly faster than a good walking pace. It's slightly faster, so it's almost like a jog. That's usually what you'd be taxiing at, right? If you were to say, right, well, what speed is that? Somewhere between 5 and 7 miles an hour. Roughly, right? Roughly. 8 knots would be that's the fastest now you want to be going taxiing. You can go a lot faster, but usually the rule of thumb is slightly faster than kind of jogging. In and around that. Plus or minus 2 or 3 knots, it's not a big thing. You're not going to be taxiing at 20 knots. Not in general aviation aircraft. That's just, you're looking for trouble. And also, if it is windy, and this is something that the sim does do a great job on as well, all the sims do it. If it's windy and you have a long taxi, don't bother with your flaps. Keep your flaps up until you need them. What happens is, especially with smaller, lighter aircraft, when you deploy flaps, you're extending the surface of that wing, the leading edge or the trailing edge, depending on the configuration. You're actually putting, it's like a sail. You drop the flaps, it's like putting more sail in there. The wind is liable to catch it, and then you struggle trying to keep the thing straight on the ground. So the likes of flaps, don't use them unless it's very calm. Keep your flaps up until you're actually going to use them, right? So usually part of your run-up check is when you're going to deploy your flaps. A lot of aircraft POH will tell you, do not deploy the flaps until you need them, all right? Yeah, so GA around 7 knots. Airliner 10 to 15. Yes. Now, there are also high-speed areas for airliners in which they can taxi fast. They can also do what's called high-speed taxi. Usually, airliners will taxi anywhere between kind of 10 and 20 knots. Anything more than kind of 22 knots taxiing on the ground or 24 knots, you're kind of taking the biscuit. But also your reaction time is now going to have a problem. There are some airports that allow for high-speed taxiing, and then you'll have high-speed exits. Now, if you were to look at something like this, well, this wouldn't be a high-speed exit. And the reason being is, well, look at the angle of the turn and look how close you are to the apron. Down here, okay, this probably would facilitate a higher speed taxi because it's not a full right-hand turn, but again, your proximity, not ideal. Not ideal, right? And yeah, good point, Locus. Depending on the ground you're on as well. I mean, if you're on lovely tarmac or, asphalt, whatever, you're fairly laughing. If you're on grass, or dirt tracks, well, then you're liable for damage in the prop. You're liable to sink into the grass. You don't know what particles are floating around. You would go slower, right? You would just go slower, and you'd be keeping engine power minimum. Also, when it comes to some airports, they have rules in regards to noise abatement. They just don't want loud noises from aircraft because there's people living nearby, or you have all this kind of stuff. So there's actually rules when it comes to noise abatement. You might see things like use minimum power, right? And some aircraft and airlines will actually say, no, we want a single engine taxi here because there's noise abatement rules. Just something to be aware of, right? Doesn't really matter, like, you know, you're not going to get in trouble for that stuff on VATSIM. It's just not going to happen. But the likes of taxiing and understanding taxiways, what you can and what you can't do, there's always an important thing. And like Cork is a nice airport. It's a good example for it. Your pushback, right? By general rule of thumb, ATC are going to tell you where to push back to. They're going to tell you, push back to here. Or in the States, well, you don't often need to give a shout. I mean, you can push back and start up and then you call, right? Just be very aware, do not block a taxiway. Never push back onto a taxiway unless you've been told taxi to here. Could be a tug release point, or you could be told, yeah, push back onto this location. So try not to taxi directly onto an active, or sorry, try not to push back onto an active taxiway. Major no-no. When we talk about etiquette, Mutley, thank you very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. 33 months. When we talk about airport or taxiing etiquette, what we mean is, now, we can't do much because model matching is so shagged, right? However, if you were saying, right, when it comes to having aircraft down at a general aviation ramp, well, make sure it's only general aviation down there. Airliners shouldn't be down there. That's kind of etiquette. It's like, okay, put it this way. You walk, you know, you're going into a building and you have to open the door. Are you the sort of person that'll, like, you know, be aware there could be someone walking behind me, I'll keep the door open? Or are you just going to walk in there and not kind of care? The latter deserves a kick in the arse, right? So be aware of what's around you in terms of other aircraft, what people are doing, what they're trying to do. Because when you kind of approach flying, particularly real world, but even in a flight sim, when you kind of approach flying as not being the aggressive is the wrong word, but I always use it defensive. If you're maneuvering defensively, it means, well, you know, you're watching what's going on ahead of you. You can stay back, you can react better, and it just makes you more aware of what's happening. This is particularly handy when you're flying on VATSIM, because if you apply that train of thought, defensive flying, doesn't mean you're going to be jamming on the brakes and hanging right back, but you'll notice when I fly in VATSIM, I won't rush in, I won't stick to, like, you know, minimum speed 250, grand, we're going to go at 250 knots now. I don't do that. I can do that, but if I'm in an area I'm not fully, you know, comfortable with, well, I'll go with, now I won't go too slow, but I'll probably aim for maybe 220 knots. Give me a little bit of room to react. Otherwise, ATC could be telling me to do stuff, the aircraft is telling me to do stuff, and now suddenly I'm getting to where I should have been quicker, but I'm now going the wrong way faster. That makes sense? So, defensive. It's defensive, right? Don't worry about model matching. You could be in a very small aircraft and it's going to appear you as something ridiculous. We can't fix it here now. But just be aware of it. Same then when it comes to landing, taking off, all the sort of jazz. It's having that, okay, well, look, there's someone on the runway or there's someone approaching the runway. Now, our group flights, we tend to throw this into the, we don't bother only because aircraft are popping in left, right and center, and there's a lot of us. So we kind of just say, forget about it, we'll just go flying. But when you fly online, or if you're flying with a different group perhaps, be very aware of that. Now, it could wreck your head because you get someone parking for the day. Oh, I'm going to sit here now and I'm going for a cup of tea. Move your plane. Like, don't leave your aircraft in a location that you're going to block someone else. This is where we talk about etiquette. Start thinking about the impact of your actions on other aircraft. Just be aware of them. You don't need to bow down and say, oh, be Janie. Just be aware of what it is you're doing. Could this have an impact on someone else? Maybe that's your objective and you want to have an impact. Grand. But just be aware of it. Try and, you know, look at this to say, well, look, I need to be aware of my actions here. If I just leave my plane sitting here, you know, is that going to cause an issue for someone? Chances are, yes, it will. Right? So just to be aware of that, right? J Foot's message got deleted. Why was that? Yeah, it doesn't like the bad language, J-Foot, but I agree with your sentiment. Just polite. Good manners and being polite. It costs nothing, and it'll always, I guarantee you, it'll give you a more positive flight simming and flying experience, right? It's actually an old video showing a big windstorm on the Mojave aircraft graveyard where an old cargo 747 are sitting static, but are going to take off because of the heavy wind. Yeah, no worries, Roy. That's when we're talking about, like, what wind can do to your control surfaces, do you know? So with that said, etiquette and learning about this kind of stuff, and I'm not saying everyone has to be, you know, Timmy Goodshoes. You don't. But just be aware of it, right? So I'm going to draw our attention over to our website, twotonmurphy.com. I'm going to share this with you. This is our ground school document. This is like 300 pages of a whole load of stuff, but it's very, very good if you want to be flying online. And if you're not just flying online, this will help you just understanding the different flows and different things that we do, right? And it's all for free. J-Foot, don't worry about it, bud. Lord Freed is here. Good to see you. Taxi lessons, right? Taxi lessons, yes. Larry is here. Good to see you, Larry. So what we have here on page 141, there's a section here about airport etiquette. We've all seen it before. You plan your route, you file your flight plan, you choose your stand, you load into the sim, only to find another aircraft already occupying your stand. And what can you do? Well, it can happen. Don't worry, first and foremost. When you boot into the sim, it happens to us all the time. It'll show loads of aircraft at the same place. Unless you've been assigned a stand by ATC, usually if you're there first, you have the right of way. Just remember that, right? So unless someone is spawned in and, you know, they're onto you saying, hey, this is my stand, can you... You know, unless they've been assigned it by ATC or, you know, it's in their flight plan or maybe they had a CTD or whatever, it's not the end of the world if you got to move different stands. It's not a big to do. Use slew mode if you're not sure. You can use GSX has the feature now as well. It'll just warp you to another stand. So just be aware you can do that, right? If you happen to spawn in on top of someone else, just be sure to move to another area, right? If you load into the same, Jades, there's someone else here, just move. Just move. The same goes for parking areas, and the most important, never spawn and load on the runway. Ever. Even in our group flights, try not to spawn in on the runway. Now, unless you had a CTD and you have to, that's grand. But as a general rule of thumb, try not to spawn in on the runway. Alright? Now, we've other things. We have at airports, there's more to just, okay, I want me pushback, I want me taxi, and I want all this kind of stuff. There are other things going on here, and one of them they're called TSATs. Now, this is only really applicable when it comes to flying online, right? So, TSAT is your target startup approval time. Now, what do we mean by that? During events like Cross the Pond, or if it gets very, very busy at an airport, controllers will assign a TSAT to departing aircraft. And this is the time when the aircraft can expect pushback and a startup. And the time is calculated by ATC using the current taxiway time from the gate to the holding point of an active runway. Remember this holding point? You hold short of an active runway. And the method is used to reduce queuing times. Some controllers don't do this. And then, you know, they have aircraft sitting taxiing for like up to an hour. That controller could do it a gentle slap. Like, if the airport is busy, you'll hear a controller saying request or standby, or, you know, I'll get that clearance for you, expect PDC 10 minutes, this kind of stuff. And there's a reason for it, just to be aware of it. There's a reason for it. The controller's job is to make sure, A, you don't hit anything else, other aircraft, and B, keeping the flow moving. That's their job, right? And it is teamwork. If you're anyway awkward or, you know, difficult for them to control, they'll repay you in kind, sometimes with interest. So be aware of that. It's a teamwork job when dealing with ATC. You want to be helping out them as best as you can. They will help out you as best as they can. It's just how the relationship works. And a lot of the lads fly anyway, so they know what the crack is, right? So be aware, you have these things called TSATs. And it could be something like, you know, you could be told TOBT 15 minutes or plus or minus 5 minutes, and that's your target off the block time. Just be aware of it. We don't need to go too much into it. It's more aimed at airliners. But even if you're, you know, sitting at a runway and, you know, it's busy with IFR traffic or airliners and you want to fly GA, you want to be aware of what's going on. They're definitely not going to put a GA guy in the middle of a queue of airliners trying to get out the door, unless they can use a different runway. All right. Then we've tug release points. Some airports have specific points marked on the apron called tug release points, or TRPs. And they're used by ATC to tell pilots and ground crew exactly where they want the aircraft to push to, instead of the traditional pushback approved, you know, facing east, right? It's done in order to maximize efficiency on the apron. and they're clearly marked on the parking docking charts of the airport, so do be sure to look out for them. Pushing back to one of these points can be easily programmed by using pushback tools such as GSX or your toolbar pushback. You can also ask ATC prior to push which TRP you will get. If you can't push to it, just advise ATC. Again, if Dublin is staffed, Dublin use TRPs quite a lot. If Dublin's staffed up, and depending how busy or not it is, when you call for your initial clearance, you could let them know, by the way, I can't or I don't have access to the TRPs. You're just giving them the information beforehand. They'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Newfoundland, good to see you. Sumner is here. Welcome aboard. Patrick says the worst experience is flying into busy events where everyone should be well aware it's super busy and there would be major delays, people asking every 2 minutes, when can we expect? Yeah, but like, when can we expect it? Like, controllers should be kind of looking after a lot of that, because they'll be saying, well, they'll tell you, but they should be able to advise aircraft as well. You know, you load in, you get your clearance, and they tell you, TSAT, 20 minutes, right? It depends on the day, depends on the workload, all right? So that's important for us when it comes to tug release points. And I'll show you some tug release points here now in a moment. Transferring to next station or frequency changes. Don't worry about that too much. It's more ATC. Taxi clearance and movement. You usually get taxi clearance, but you're usually given a limit. Right? There's a limit to how much they're going to clear you. So for example, in the States, they do this differently. They'll say runway 26, taxi via Alpha Bravo. Right? And you're thinking, okay, can I enter the runway? No. They're telling you, your taxi, this is your runway and this is how we want you to get there. In Dublin, for example, they'll say, taxi Alpha, link 2, hold short, Foxtrot outer. Or hold short, link 4. Or Foxtrot outer, hold short, link 4. You get these hold shorts or limits. Basically mean you have a clearance limit. You can't be, sometimes they'll clear you the whole way, which is great. Sometimes they won't. So just be aware of that. You have these clearance limits, and you'll see them. When you're looking on the GA ramp here doesn't have it, but we saw them over here. So they could say, taxi to and hold short of Echo. Okay. So that means you're not, hold short of Echo means stop before you get on Echo. Do not occupy the space of where Echo is. Hope that makes sense, right? Let me see. V Marco, good to see you. Just discovered yesterday this channel and the Navigraph course. Just outstanding to have all this material. Thank you very much indeed. Ciao. Hope you're well, buddy. So yeah, so they're the options that you have. Just be aware then of the ground markings. ATC will probably say move to this location. Well, you need to know what that location is, and we'll have a look at charts here now to see how they look like. Right. This is important. The right of way. Right? Usually ATC are going to orchestrate all the ground movements. But if you don't have ATC, this is where it gets tricky. It gets very tricky because now you're wondering, oh Jesus, right? When two aircraft are approaching head on or approximately head on, each shall stop or where practical alter the course to their own right. And what I mean by that is you always turn to your right. Bob Ross coming at you. If you go to your right, if you're this way and this lad is this way, well, if I turn to my right, I'm going to go here. And if this guy turns to his right, he's going to be there. And what does that do? You get out of each other's way. Does that make sense? So the rule of thumb is if there's something coming at you, turn right out of its way. The same applies in the air. For whatever reason, if you're flying along, Jesus, you always turn to your right. Are we happy with that? It's just, other pilots would like, what's he doing? He's turning left. You turn to your right. We can go into like another rabbit hole in terms of where you can't actually do that. But by and large, turn to your right. We happy enough? When two aircraft are on a converging course, the one that has the other on its right shall give way. This is also important. When two aircraft are on a converging course, they're heading towards each other, right? The aircraft that has the incoming aircraft on its right side shall give way. You're going to give way to the traffic on your right-hand side. Now, unless ATC tell you differently, they might give you the clearance and tell the other guy to stop. But as a general rule of thumb, you would wait for them, right? Someone's after pressing a button there. Jesus! Hayden, thank you very much indeed. You're very kind, sir. Thank you very much. So just to be aware of that, rule of thumb, you're going to give way to an aircraft on your right-hand side that's taxiing. Now, there are some exceptions to this. Again, if ATC is controlling things, you're going to do what ATC tell you. If you're at an airport and, you know, there's an aircraft exiting the runway, he's coming off he's now exiting the runway, and let's say he's on your left-hand side. Yeah, but Murph, you told us to give way if the aircraft's on our right. This guy's on me left. That's one of these kind of overrides. You must give way to an aircraft exiting the runway. Try to think of it logically, right? If you're on a runway and you're trying to vacate the runway, well, there's other aircraft either on the way in, right, or they're trying to get out again. Therefore, they do have priority over traffic on a taxiway. Again, ATC, if they need to control things a little bit better, they might hold them short. Very rarely they'll stop it just doesn't happen. They won't stop aircraft on a runway. It just won't happen unless someone's done something mad, right? And again, it's knowing your clearance. Have I actually left the runway, or am I still technically on the runway? And we'll look at that here now in a moment. But just to be aware of, usually you're always going to give way to your right, unless it's an aircraft coming off an active runway. They're vacating the runway. Them lads, they've priority. And like, there's no point blocking them. They need to vacate. They need to get off the runway. Don't block them. Just be aware of it, right? If an aircraft is being overtaken by another, which can happen, one shall have the right of way, and the overtaking aircraft shall keep well clear of the other. It can happen. Sometimes they might do it for spacing, they might do it for wake turbulence, they might do it because there's an aircraft issue. You've all this sort of stuff. So aircraft could overtake each other, but then you look at it in the sky as well. One shall have the right of way, and the overtaking aircraft will keep clear of the other one. Basically what that's saying is the aircraft that's going to maneuver around or overtake, it's their job to stay clear of the aircraft. Their job. Get well around it. And like, don't, you know, you don't want to be like high-fiving the other pilot. Give him a good wide berth. You know what I mean? Turn to your right. Yes, Adam Controls is here. Good to see you, bud. This is great stuff to know with CTP on the way. Oh yeah, cross the pond coming up soon. Hope you're well, Adam. Larry says, it's also worth noting, Murph, you must give way to traffic vacating a runway. Yeah. Just be aware of that. If there's just give them the priority, right? Naughty says, or stick your hand out the window, make gestures and just plow on through. Right? An aircraft being overtaken, and then you have an aircraft taxiing on the manoeuvring area of an aerodrome shall give way to aircraft taking off or about to take off. An aircraft taxiing on the manoeuvring area of the aerodrome will give way to an aircraft taking off or about to take off. A manoeuvring area could be crossing a runway, could be a run-up area, right? I won't get into the different types of procedures. Taxiway limits is what we need to focus on here. Taxiways have an entry and an exit limit. Stop bars and holding points are marked on the taxiway surface. Now in flight sim, some airports do it well, others, not so well. But your charts will have it. With signage or with lighting or all of the above. So you'll see signage, you'll see markings, or you'll see lighting, right? There's cool stuff, the modern stuff now, of course, these days, especially you see it at airports in like Germany or whatever, and in the States, they'll have different colours. So like you'll actually see red lights before a runway at the end of a taxiway to say don't enter, and then they turn green when you can. It's pretty cool when they control. There is ways you can do it in flight sim, but it's not straightforward. Some airports also use lighting systems to indicate if access is available to enter a runway or a taxiway. They follow a traffic light system. Red, you don't enter. Yellow, proceed with caution. And green, access is granted. Be aware of it. Some airports have it. Now, taxiway markings. What you have a centre line. You have runway holding points. You have intermediate taxiway holding points. You have edge marking. You have closed cross for taxiway. And all taxiway markings are in yellow. Let's go in and have a look at them. Taxiway edge markings. Some examples. These indicate that beyond the marking, the surface bearing strength is less than the taxiway, or the area is not intended for aircraft use. So I don't know how well you can see these, but you can follow along if you log in. So they're letting us know Beyond the markings, the surface strength is less than that in the taxiway. Basically, it's like a soft verge on the outside of this. They're letting you know the ground is shite. You'll dig in, right? That's what that means. Then you have, this is cool. You see this at a lot of places. Intermediate taxiway holding points. They indicate that the pilot shall take into account the intermediate crossing holding point to follow the ATC instruction and to ensure safety of nearby aircraft. So taxiway holding points. This will happen a lot at the likes of Dublin. You'll be told, hold short link 4. Now link 4 is just the name given to the links coming across onto either the inner or the outer Foxtrot taxiways. The links, it is literally the link, right? This is not necessarily, well, it could be a link. This could be classed as a link down here at the bottom part, and here's your main taxiway. So you could be told, hold short of link 4 or hold short of taxiway alpha. Be aware of that in your charts. This is very important, because if you're operating a one-way system flow of aircraft traffic and you have an aircraft parked here and you have another one here, right? Or sorry, you have an aircraft coming this way, but you have an aircraft coming in off the runway and he needs to get down to this location here. That's why they will have to hold short. So just be aware of that, and you'll see where these markings are, right? Then we have the runway holding point pattern. And this, you have different patterns, but we'll look at this. This one is the last holding point prior to entering the runway, right? You can see that clearly. So see the way we have a continuous double line and then we've a double broken line, which means we must hold short of the double continuous line, and we're not clear until we've passed the double broken line coming off the runway. Hope that makes sense, right? There's other types. We have this one. This one marks a category 2 or category 3 holding point where a closer holding point to the runway is provided. Now, what do we mean by category 2 or category 3? Category 2 and category 3, they're different types of categories for aviation and navigation, specifically when it comes to relatively adverse weather, low visibility, meaning that you just can't see as far as you could. And it makes a lot of sense. If you look at the category 2 or category 3 hold point, if the airport is now category 2 or low visibility are in place, you'll often hear them say low visibility procedures are in place. They'll tell you that in the ATIS, low vis operations. It kind of makes sense if you have to stop even further away to entering the runway, because, well, if there is low visibility, you have to allow then for aircraft coming in. Well, they mightn't be able to see it in time, and they just need that extra little bit of space to get out of there. All right? So just be aware of that. Your category 2, your category 3. And then we have the enhanced taxiway centerline. I've only really seen these in Shannon, unless they're being updated in the sim. But the enhanced taxiway centerline marking extends from the runway holding point away from the runway for 45 meters or the next runway holding point. It might be provided, but it is part of measuring against your runway incursions. See this line here? This is important, lads. You could, for example, think I've cleared the runway, I've passed this double white or double yellow line. If I'm clear, I'm off the runway, your nose wheel has just passed it. But in reality, half the back of your airplane is still on the runway. So they put these enhanced taxiway lines. The idea being is, when you exit the runway or vacate the runway, you want to make sure that you've passed this enhanced taxiway line. Now you're clear. 45 meters, you know the length of your aircraft. Once your nose wheel gets to that point here, now you're clear of the runway. And we do have this in Cork, right? We have this in Cork. We'll have a look here. That's not ideal. There's kind of one there. There's definitely one here. So see these double lines? So if you were to say, right, I've now vacated off 3-4 onto Charlie. But what they're saying is, if you put your nose wheel here, I'm over these lines, therefore I've cleared the runway. But sure, look, the back of your plane is still on the runway. So the idea being is, no, you put your nose wheel down here, then you have a good number of meters behind you. All right? Any clarification needed there? So you're not cleared the runway until you've actually cleared. If they have the enhanced lines, now you're clear. All right? Just be aware of that. Then you have a yellow cross, which indicates the taxiway is unfit for movement. taxiway operations are forbidden, verboten. And you'll often see that. Sometimes you see the wide X's on runways, sometimes you'll see them on taxiways. Shannon has these. They don't want you taxiing on certain runways, right? If I were to show you Shannon here now, on the chart, right now, if I just bring up Shannon. We'll find the right page. There we go. Okay, so here's Shannon, right? And if you look at here, you have all these, see these X's all over the place on the charts? See these X's? Well, in the real world, they're actually taxiways. But here lies the problem. These taxiways are not fit for purpose. Actually, in Shannon, I mean, they're actually okay. But what they use them for in Shannon, they use them for parking, right? So I'll show you Shannon here. See our yellow X's? There's our yellow X's. So they're letting you know these taxiways, they're not operational. Now they can close taxiways. That's what they've clearly done here. Here's an aircraft, VIP aircraft looks like, and there's all sorts of fancy machines around it. They would close a taxiway for that. They do that in Shannon a lot of the time, especially when, it depends on who's flying in or out. Yeah, but see these X's? They're letting us know you don't use here, right? It's important. And you see all the X's here. There used to be big massive white X's here. This is the old original runway into Shannon, and then they built a new one out the side. So just be aware of those markings. If there's a big X there, don't go there. All right. Right. Back into here. Mandatory instruction marking. Where it is impractical to place mandatory instruction signs or a supplement, some mandatory instruction markings may be provided on taxiways. Basically what you'd have a red background and a white inscription. The likes of runway in head, max wingspan, low power, minimum power, runway numbers. That's what they mean by that. Then you have information marking, usually on a black background with yellow writing, or a yellow background with black writing. These usually are your signs on the taxiway themselves, or you'll see the signage. They usually indicate what taxiway you're on or where you're heading to. And they might give you an arrow to say, well, Alpha is up that way. All right. Then we have our aerodrome signals and signage and all of this. And this is important. Once you've figured out this stuff, it makes life so much more easier, right? So we have this one here, Alpha 27. Well, that's telling us that, you're on taxiway Alpha holding short of 27. And it could be either or. You've A, 27, or 27 and A. Same thing. This one, Bravo 27-09. It indicates that you're on Bravo holding short of an intersection of a runway. An intersection means you're between the runway. If I were to say to you now, right, see here, this is an intersection between 34 and 16, because if we look up ahead of us, well, there's runway to our right, there's runway to our left. It's an intersection. However, if I move down the road here, which is technically incorrect, usually this would just say it's runway 16. Because there's no backtrack available, right? I wonder is Cork like that in the real world? But that's what they mean by that. Anywhere you see an intersection, if you had a single digit to say here's the runway, right? And you'll see these other markings down there, 2507, 2507. There are markings down at the GA school, just they don't have them in here. And this one here is going to be the same with signage 3416. And then you have 3416. All right. So that's what the markings mean. Now, this crack, category 2 or category 3, it's basically telling you this is the whole short of route of runway 27 at the category 2 or category 3 areas. All right. Again, when you see cat 2 or cat 3, most of the time it's going to be down to low visibility operations, because it's a different type of flying when it comes to IF4 procedures. If you're VF4, don't worry about this. You won't be flying if just cat 2 or cat 3, right? Then you have a red sign with white writing. This usually means you're now at a holding point, right? Bravo 2, for example. indicates a holding position protecting a priority route. That could be a holding point of a runway, or it could be a holding point of a busy taxiway. All right. And then you have the no entry sign. Do not enter. We happy enough, lads? All this information is there for you. It's all free. If you want to check it out, you can download it. You can print it. Well, I wouldn't say print it off, but you can download it as a PDF and have it in your tablet, whatever. And all the menus, you click on contents, it brings you back to the contents. Do you know? Information signs. Well, these indicate either a location or a routing. And this is handy to know because location signs consist of a black background with yellow border, yellow inscription. Direction signs consist of a yellow background with a black inscription. So, the black background with yellow writing, it's indicating you're on taxiway Alpha. The yellow background with the black foreground, this is saying Bravo is to your right, or taxiway Bravo is to your right, or runway 27 is on your right, or the intersection of runway 27 and 09 are to your right. Okay? This is different. What about 27.24? There is a difference to be aware of. This is where you would have two different runways. You'd often see maybe, depending on the airport and the distance between each one, you could see 27 left, 27 right. This is the intersection between both airport or both runways. So the dot is letting you know there's another runway. It's not, you're not at an intersection of one, you're coming up to two runways. And then you have your basic intersection, 250 meters on the right. It's letting you know that you can do an intersection departure. It's letting you know the amount of usable runway that's available if you were to enter the runway on this area here, turning to your right. All right. So just be aware of that. You haven't noticed the dot before. Yeah, it's mad, isn't it? Hey, you're going to know by looking at your charts anyway, but just be aware of it. All right. Then it goes off into our VATSIM top-down. So that's going to be ATC lessons that we'll be teaching later on in life. Is there anything else here now? Ground operations, traffic circuit, and ATC. Yeah, well, look at this, right? So, ATC stations, only applicable if we're going flying online or using, say, intentions, right? The traffic circuit is important. So, okay, we figured out what the taxiways are. We've limits, hold shorts, we've signage, we can get the weather, all these sort of things. The traffic circuit or the pattern, in the US they call it the pattern. What we have here, this is effectively a number of waypoints in the sky, but you can't put signposts up there. So this is how we figure it all out. All right. What it is, especially for training, you will be doing pattern work or traffic circuit work, right? In which you will take off, you'll climb, you'll turn to usually to your left. The vast majority of airports are left hand. If they're not, they will tell you on the chart if they are right hand, right? So if you don't see it, they're going to tell you it's left hand, or of course ATC will rule supreme. They'll tell you it's a right hand circuit. If there's no ATC, unless your chart states it or the airport information states it, it's going to be a left hand circuit. Now we've done circuits with Navigraph. They'll go through all of this with you. Give a blast with it. Doing circuits, even in the real world stuff, you will spend a lot of time doing circuits. You got to master the circuit. Then once you're good enough in your circuits, then you go off in your cross country stuff and, DME arcs and all this sort of jazz. Circuits are where your bread and butter of physically flying is. Not flying complex airliner flights into Kitech. This is where you learn how to fly. You can do circuits in airliners. If you can practice all the critical phases of flight, your takeoff, your rotation, your climb, turn, downwind, your base, turn final, and land, you will master any aircraft, and you'll do it quickly. A lot of people say, I'll be okay driving a car if I was on the motorway, but don't put me in near a city. It's the same crack, right? Yeah, of course you can fly going from point to point. That's easy. Start practicing more on doing circuit training. And don't worry if you make mistakes. That's what it's there. You train, you make mistakes, right? Pete, good to see you, buddy. The default airport signage is awful. Black Square have a couple of products that improve things massively. They do, Malky, they do. But I found problems using the Black Square stuff with brakes or other things, which is a pain. But yeah, they do have good stuff. But just like your traffic pattern, if you're struggling with flying and even a complex aircraft, just do circuit work. You're going to be constantly practicing all the phases of flight. And my advice to anyone, you will learn more about the handling characteristics of your airplane by flying it at its slowest possible speed. You know what I mean? Oz Flight Simmers here. Shane, good day to you. If I had $1 for every circuit I've done in real life, right, you'd have enough for more sim gear. Yeah, you're going to do circuits all day, every day. Pattern work or circuit work. But there's a reason for it, because it's getting you used to so many different things. Takeoff roll, navigation, visual reference points, positioning your aircraft, your checks, going through your flows, descending, monitoring traffic, watching the wind, turning base, turning final, and then landing the divil. Like, these are the critical phases of flight, not flying, you know, at flight level 360 for 6 hours. You're an autopiloter. This is where the bread and butter is. So anyone who wants to kind of take their simulation flying to the next level, right? Jesus, Shane, you legend. Tier 1, 46 months. Cheers, buddy. Thank you very much indeed. If you want to take your simulating flying to the next level, it sounds terribly boring, and it can be. This is how you do it. That's it. You keep practicing circuits. Get into your A320 or your 747. It doesn't matter. Just do a wider arc offline. Doesn't matter. But you're going to be doing circuits. That is where you will learn the bread and butter of that aeroplane. You just will. And then when you do end up in a busy environment, airspace or heavy loaded ATC, you're not thinking about flying that plane anymore. It's muscle memory. You're so comfortable and competent with the machine. ATC gets all the focus. And when ATC gets all the focus, you have a better online experience because you're ahead of it. You often hear people say, stay ahead of the airplane. To learn the airplane first. And I mean this with any airplane. Any airplane. Doesn't matter if it's a Cessna 172 or the Beach Baron or the Starship or an F-18. It doesn't matter. You want to learn that aircraft. You want to know what makes it tick. You want to get good at it. Traffic pattern work. Nothing else. Nothing else. That's where you learn it. Because you're going to learn, crap, I can't go any slower than this. I can keep it at altitude. I can keep it on a heading. That's where your bread and butter is. Of this, the traffic pattern, there's different legs. So there's legs applied to it. We're not going to go too much into it. Navigraph do this on the Navigraph Academy. It's very good. Just follow that. But you have different legs. Departure, you don't usually say your departure leg, or just say upwind. You have a crosswind, a downwind, a base, and then final. Crosswind, because you're crossing. Downwind, because you're heading back down the way. Your base, and then final. All right? Now, when it comes to our etiquette, when it comes to startup, it's most common for VFR aircraft to request startup instead of a clearance. That mainly applies in Europe. In the United States, we don't bother. Just start your plane, taxi to where you need to go. You're totally fine, right? Or taxi off. If you're like down at a T hangar and you want to taxi across the ramp to get to a taxiway, you call them up before you go on the taxiway, right? America's mad like that, but it's only because it's so busy. They don't have time to be listening to people saying, can I start my engine? I don't know, can you? Right, you've all these things. JB Alberta, good to see you. Simblitz, good to see you, buddy. Love your work, man. I've been consuming the content of Simblitz. I've been very much enjoying it. Great to see you, man. Great to see you. Yeah, this bloke, right? Who's this now? Midgie, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for the follow. S Aviation, do you have much in real life flying experience? No, not enough. Right, not enough. I've done ground courses. I've done 2 ground courses now, real world ground courses. I love the theory of it. Flying in Ireland is a pain in the ass because, like, it depends on the weather, depends on your location as well. But like, I think they worked it out. Like, there's 107 days of like prime flying activity that you can do in Ireland without having to go down the road of IFR. You have 107 days, which might sound like a lot. But if you're at an airfield and there's maybe 30 other people who want to go flying, you know what I mean? And it's gone wicked expensive. And I've no aspirations for professional flying. Therefore, this is purely kind of pleasure flying, as they call it, right? You've a private pilot and then you've a pleasure pilot. It's an expensive hobby. And then you're limited to what you can fly, where you can fly. Flight sim to me, flight sim, and that scratches that aviation itch. Now, don't get me wrong, I still love planes and I still love going for a flight. But, you know, realistically, no. The ground school stuff I learn because I'm fascinated by it. Aviation is such a massive, massive sphere of information, the scope, the spectre of it all. There's so much to it, and I love learning it, you know. But when it comes to your startup in Europe, yes, you will always call permission to start your engine. Permission to start. You don't need a pushback unless you need a pushback, right? In the States, you'll just start up. Be aware of that. Changes differently for IL4 because you probably want to get your clearance, right? But in America, you can start your engine and then request your clearance. That's usually what happens because you don't want to be running on avionics. It's always a little bit tricky if you're on the ground in Europe because your batch is running out. You know what I mean? So, yeah. You're starting an integrated HEPL in Ireland. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. Don't get a big head now. It's all right. Murphy said I was sound. You know, that's right. I mean, you could take that to the bank, right? And then they'll look at you as if you were ill in many levels. But anyway, so that's your startup. Just be aware of it. The top-down stuff, that's grand. Taxi communication is crucial. Taxiing is one of the most... can be one of the busiest times of your ATC interaction. Now, they'll always say that your clearance and landing, that's when you're most busy. But taxiing, getting a general idea of what's going on around you. And again, once you understand what the rules of the road or the rules of the taxiway are, well, that should make things a little bit easier. Now, they do stacking options, or we mentioned TSATs as well. You know, expect departure in 10 minutes, or expect pushback in 30, or expect clearance by PDC. You get all these things telling you what's happening. But you can also get things like, number 5 to depart. You often hear people say number 1 for landing, number 3 for landing. Follow the aircraft on final. You're number 2, clear to land. The same can happen for your departures. Now, there's less to worry about for a departure, right? Then you have your conditional clearances. And then you get something pretty cool because you have these what way does Adam phrase them? Procedural departure. I think that's what Adam calls them. I think that's what they are. But let's say, for example, you're taking off on a runway and there just isn't a departure for you. Chances are they can give you a non-standard departure. ATC will probably tell you to fly the runway heading until they say otherwise. If you're doing pattern work, that's different. Just be aware of it. Anyway, taxiing, very important. Takeoff, hold short of the appropriate. Then it's all about getting your lights on in the aircraft. You don't have... That's another thing. When you're taxiing, taxi light, not your strobes. Unless your aircraft isn't fitted with a beacon, then you put on your strobe. But usually, your taxiway lights when you're moving on the taxiway, and only when you're moving. And then you have your nav lights, rotating beacon. If you don't have that rotating beacon, usually strobes will do the job. Depends on the aircraft. And then when you're on the runway, or before you get onto the runway, strobes and landing lights. If you're crossing an active runway, if ATC have given you permission or you're able to cross a runway, then you turn on your strobe lights while you're on the runway. Try and think of it logically. You want people to see you, but you don't need to put your landing lights on because you could potentially blind someone, up the road or coming against you. All right? Be aware of that. Circuit flying, again, this goes into more circuit flying, and then we look at different charts of different airports. You can get access to all of these on the AIP, different websites for that actual airport, or if you have a Navigraph subscription, you have all the charts now, all of them. They're brilliant, right? This course that we've done, you'll see where we put it all together. I've included a script here, and this is an ATC course, so try not to let that... Don't worry about this. We'll do this later on in life. But it's literally scripted. What you're going to say, what ATC might say, how you'll reply, what ATC will say. And this was all script. A lot of work went into this. Multiple controllers. Adam's in the chat, Controls Dublin. He gave me a lot of insight into this. Because I would say, right, here's the information in the book. Here's the information on the ESA website. Here's the information on Dublin Airport itself, real life. Here's information from real world controllers, and here's information from VATSIM controllers. And I can guarantee you, not one single source was able to be 100% that is the way it's done. There's always going to be slight differences. And that's okay. Once you understand the framework, once you understand and identify the critical information that you need, the rest of it becomes easy. Who are you? What are you? Where are you? What do you want? Very simple when you consider that. Who are you? Your identification. Where are you? Right? Or what are you? I'm a Cessna. I'm a helicopter. Where are you? I'm over here by the lake. What do you want? I want to go that way, please. It's amazing. That just, sure, listen, this is simple. And it is simple. But you need to kind of condition your brain to think, it's not all numbers and all this kind of stuff. Don't worry about that. That's, right? It's like going on a first date, right? Who are you? What are you? Brilliant. So it goes into a lesson there, and as I said, you can follow that along. You can do it in the sim. There's all videos on YouTube when we've done this series, right? So it's all there. So what I'm going to do now, we're going to set up for a quick jaunt. So we're on the ground. Battery is probably absolutely dead now, even though we're plugged in. That's just a WB sim issue, I would say. Where's my battery? Here we go. We'll turn off our avionics. We don't need it. Turn off the battery. And what we're going to do, we're going to plan a little flight. So we're going to bring up Navigraph. And this is Navigraph. Navigraph just got an update, which is great to see. So we're down the road here in Cork. And what we're going to do, we're going to put in a new flight. So we want to go from Cork to Cork, but we want to go via Shannon. So we're going to go Cork, the Clonmel. We don't need the Turles. Get rid of that. We don't need you. Because we're not heading to Thurles. We could head to Thurles, but we don't need to. Let me see. Get rid of this guy. Done. Go. And update there now, Chief. There we go. Now, we probably won't get all this done because I want to brief our VATS in flight, but we'll get the idea. We're going to take off from Cork and we're going to head up towards Clonmel here, right? And you might be saying, Jesus, look, that's an interesting icon. What is it? Well, if you have a look at our flight, and we can say, okay, well, what are we looking at? Well, we're looking here at the Clonmel NDB. This is a non-directional beacon. We covered this last week. We're flying via wars. Well, this one is different. This is a non-directional beacon, meaning unlike a via war that's going to give us, radials and tracks and all this jazz, different degrees of where we are. This is kind of like the light on top of a crane. It's like a beacon flashing. It's not like the lighthouse, giving you all that radial information. So we'll be using our ADF, our automatic direction finder, to point the arrow of this little guy down here, right? This guy here, that'll point in the direction of where it is we want to go. So that's how we're going to navigate over to the Clonmel NDB. It has a frequency 387 kilohertz. 387. So we'll need to dial that into our radio. 387. All right. Lovely. So what we're going to do an intersection departure. Zybok is here. Good to see you, bud. An intersection departure out of Cork. Now, also, I wanted to test this. A bit of blank paper. And let's see if this works. Hide this. So if I should be able to write, I can. That's very thick. Okay, this is awesome. So I can write now all my stuff. So it's going to be runway 34. And it's going to be over to, what did we say it was? 387. That's cool. I can now write on this. Navigraph, brilliant. I don't know why it says hell. I can't rub things out anymore. That's an issue, isn't it? They need to have an eraser. I love Navigraph, but like they've missed. They're after kicking a couple of wides here. Like this should. Access to this should be over on the left-hand side, not buried into your flight plan. And there's no eraser. They need an eraser. Like, why would you build this and not put a friggin' eraser? Why don't they listen to people? Listen! We can undo, or we could... But, like, that's going to delete the whole thing, look. How did they not put an eraser on it? I'm going to message them right now, because this is going to wreck my head. Lads, you need to do the following. And now we go into their little area. They're going to be like, oh, this feckin' Egypt Murph again. Now, where can I talk to them? Let's see. I'll go all Karen now. if this is something that can be looked at for a future update, right? The Greater Token, good to see you. 1. No way to erase notes or writing. Only undo or delete, and delete will remove all content from the pad. If you can erase using the pen or your finger, way easier to use. 2. Location of scratch pads. Can this be moved to the left side main drop down? So menu under user waypoints. It can use the rubber, right? It can be very handy to start, handy to access and make notes when using the main maps. And else, what else do we need? Cornroll, thank you very much indeed. What a legend. What else do we need the pads to do? They're very good, but what else do we need them to do? You need to have a way to erase, right? That knows. The scratch pad is great. It is, but it's not fully there. The new Sim Connect with interactive taxis. Yeah, and I've been asking that for ages. What else do we need the pads to do? That's pretty much it, isn't it? Now, I don't know, do I need to, like, ping Marcus that for sure? Let's see what they say. They'll come back now and say, Murphy, do you know what you could do? And yes, I do. Right, anyway, we continue on what we were doing. So, that's all grand. Let's look at our machine here. And we know now where we're going. If you'd like to fly along, lads, we're on the Southeast Asian server. Fuel, weight, and balance. Let's go in here. Quick look at our machine. Fuel. Up the divil seats. Get out, you divil. And load. Go. Did that work? It did. All right, super duper. So on the ground here at Cork, we've done all our run-up tests and jazz, and well, now it's going to start up this machine. Battery coming on. Go ahead and get our nav and our beacon light on. Mixture, fuel, shut off, mags, fuel pump. Fuel reading's good. Fuel pump off. We shall say clear prop, and let's give it a start. All right, good start. Memphis Don, good to see you. In a Boxman, good to see you. Welcome in, lads. Yeah, the weather is awful for flying. Yes. Couldn't find how you get the words that showed up in the video. I couldn't find how you get the words that showed on the video. Cornwall, which ones? Which ones, bud? Okay, so good start in the engine. Alternator's running. Avionics coming on. We will disconnect. Oh, I already did it. Grand. Autopilot in op. Okay, disappear that. Right, wait for these avionics to come alive. Now, let me see. Transponder, that's all looking good. Here's our ADF. Frequency was 387. Uh, 387. Why won't you move? 3. That's interesting. How do we move this guy? 3. Ah, balls. No, I don't want that. ADF. We want 387. There's only like 387. There we go. Swap across? No. ADF. How do I horse that across? There we go. 387, and that'll be tracking the Clonmel NDB. Perfect. Barrow set. It's all default. That's all okay. And we're just letting a bit of little heat build up here. Taxiway comes on. Peter heat. And a pair of yoke. And we'll just let our satellites warm up. Craft. I couldn't figure out how to get it to display like it did. Oh, okay. So craft. So go back into your Navigraph. Come down here to your charts. Click on the little button. And in here, just scroll down to craft. And then she'll open up. So we can say, you know, we're going to be cleared to Clonmel. 387. Altitude, we're going to, or route as filed. Altitude, probably 4,000 feet. Frequency is Unicom. And we're going to be on 7,000 with our squawk. That kind of stuff, right? That kind of stuff. But yeah, no, it is very good. You know, it's just a couple of small little things. Right, so let me see. Off the brakes. Small bit of power. And we'll start taxiing. All right. So it's an intersection departure. It's pretty much just up the road here. That's what we're going to do. All my maps are working. Yes, all my maps are working. Brilliant. All looks well in the realm. Little bit bumpy. Now with Cork, a couple of things you want to kind of start building up muscle memory, knowing where we are and what it is we're going to be doing, right? So Cork Airport, we know we mainly operate out of 3-4, or depending on the wind, right? Byron, no, this is not the default Cessna. This is the WB Sim. That's very good. Easy now. There's a lot more going on with this machine. If you had the WB Sim back in 2020, you can patch it over to 24. It needs a little gadget, but yeah. I need to reach out to the guys at WB Sim because, like, I don't know. I know the project has stopped, but like, I don't know why they won't put it back on sale. It does work in the sim, you know. All right, so onto the runway. Strobes, transponder, all is on. Now, just to get familiar with the airport, right? So, heading to the north, we're going to have the city kind of at our 1 o'clock position, and we're going to have Cove and Hull Bowling out at our 3 o'clock. That's how we kind of get used to the airspace that we're in, right? So, this is not terribly happy with our temperature right now. So, we're not going to have full power here until that temperature comes up. We'll wing it and see what happens. Like, the engine's not freezing. If the engine was a lot colder, you wouldn't have this power. It'd be coughing and spluttering, you know? Alright, speed live. Look for about 55. There we go. Oopsie daisy. And we're flying. There's a bit of wind. We're climbing about 74 knots-ish. Keep ourselves on the runway heading. We've no flaps. So, identifying where we are at the airfield. Again, as you take off, there's Cork City out there to the right hand side. Roughly your 1 o'clock position. You're up in a hill here. And then if you look out to your 3 o'clock position, that's out towards Cove. And it's gorgeous. This is a beautiful place to go flying in, lads. Okay, she's only saying altitude because we said 2,000. We're going to bring this up to 4,000. And we can arm that. Easy now. So it's a straight out departure. We're going to ramble over here to our right, up over Cork City, and we can throw in our autopilot here now as well. So say autopilot, we'll say heading, and we're going to climb, maybe not at 1,000 feet a minute, let's call it 700. And what we're looking for now is that ADF, 387 degrees, and this is where we're going to want this guy to start pointing. This will come alive now in a moment and start pointing us as to where this is, right? Now, I've no information coming in yet. Range for an NDB, it's not going to be spectacular. Alright, speed is looking good. There's the Cork Ring Road, loads of traffic there. Tramore Road roundabout. Heading on into Cork City then. Yeah, man. Photogrammetry here is awesome. There's Parky Queeve out there, the GAA grounds. Then you're looking at kind of Opera Lane and Shop Street and all this kind of stuff. Cork is a grand spot. Took off a real weather on. Yeah, it's not great weather today in Cork at all. So we're going to head on up to about 4,000 feet. There's the Lee. Again, looking out to the right hand side then. So as Cork City goes out, then you can see out here of Hull Bowling. This is Cove. Spike Island. Photogrammetry is awesome here. Cork Bay, that is lovely though. Is it foggy in real life? It normally is. Weather in Cork can be a bit hit and miss. It's a great city though. Cork's a great spot. Great pubs and restaurants and shops and brilliant. Collins' Barracks then over this side. Apple have a huge setup here in Holly Hill as well. Where's the... There's the barracks. With a helipad. Collins' Barracks in Cork.
Altitude.
Alright, there's 3,000 feet. Here's some action now in our ADF, right? So it's telling us, right, what's our current heading? We're on a heading of 02 and a bit. So watch this. We're 02 and a bit. So see the way the ADF is working? That's telling us, right, well, if we want to get this dead on, it's pointing roughly to where that Clonmel NDB is. We need to turn right, heading about 055. So let's do that. Let's go heading 055. As we do this, this guy now should start pointing straight up because we're now traveling towards that NDB, all right? And you're going to pick up atmospheric interference, magnetic interference, all that. But that's how your ADF works. It's an automatic direction finder, and we're tuned in to a non-directional beacon. And it's picking it up here, Clonmel, look. CML, that is the code. Now I can double check this, right? So if I need to, make sure our volume is on. And if I go to ADF, and I need to go into the sim now options, we're going to hear the Morse code identifier just as you would if it was a VOR, right? So if we bring down, I don't know, aircraft engines and the environment and have a listen now for that Morse code identifier.
Trim in motion. Leaving altitude.
What happened there, weather? That parallel 42 gadget can sometimes break things. Autopilot is on. Reset her barrow. So she's still climbing. So she's after shooting through where we wanted. Descend it slightly. So we know we're tuned into the right frequency, right? I don't know why it's that parallel 42 typical weather. That's overriding a bit of stuff. Sarge is here, good to see you. Right, sounds. Put our sounds back on there, Murph. So we're going to say aircraft engines, yes. Environment, yes. And save. Trim in motion. So Jay's just lighting and everything. Right. So we want to lock in on 4,000 feet. That'll do her there, right? Watch your speed and power. Now this weather is after changing on me, so that's the wrong button. Because it's bumpy as hell, right? I wonder why it's doing that. I mean, we could put in typical weather. Enable it. And let's see what preset we're going for. Alright, so this is going to be typical weather. And we can call it fair. So give it a second to load in. Transitioning the weather. And this will be all lovely hurdling now in a moment. So we want 4,000 feet. Easy now, Betsy.
Leaving altitude.
Yeah, fair weather isn't fair. Hazy. Gives a different type of fair weather. Flipperella, I hope you're well, bud. Okay, so it'll transition to something else here now in a sec.
Leaving altitude.
There we go, that's a bit better. Right, we'll go with that. Now, again, keep an eye on this automatic direction finder. This is like we have to manually keep turning on what we're doing. So our heading right now is 04 and a bit. We need to be over at the 06. So if we turn to, let's call it 055, and our heading is going to be 055, it should now be dead ahead, which it pretty much is. So we're doing alright. A little bit bumpy, but you get that in general aviation. Aircraft bump around the place. They're like a boat. A little bit leaning. Let's have a look at our EGT. Fuel is okay. Temps and pressures are all grand. 2400-ish on the RPM. We're fine. Now we can change this to nav mode and then follow. Well, you can't really follow that the direction finder. We're sticking this on heading mode. So, yeah. So it's, you know, when you're learning to fly in a certain location, try and stick to it. You'll be amazed. What can trip a lot of people up. They'll go flying in different places. And that's what you want to do, right? But when you're trying to learn and then you want to do something like ATC with VATSIM, try and stick to the places that you know best. It just means you're not worrying and thinking about, I didn't do this right, or I did. Like, the more time you spend at the place, the more familiar you get with it. You know what I mean? So I'd always recommend pick an airport, learn the airport. For your aircraft, keep doing traffic pattern work, circuits. That'll learn the plane, right? And just keep like in your week of flying, however much time you have, allow 10% of all your flight simming time on that level of training. It'll change the scope of what you can do and how you can do it. It's mad, like. Really sounds boring as hell, but like, yeah, that's what it is, right? So we're doing all right as we're kind of just mucking along here. So we're heading out towards that Clonmel NDB. Now in terms of range, I'm not sure can I get a range. Yeah, we can work out the range. We can work out timers. But there's no distance measuring equipment here that I can see. No doubt it'll tell us in this. We could go into our avionics to say, right, I need this information. It's picking up a VOR here, actually. But if we were to go into, let me see, nav. Display, NextRad, no. Let me see, waypoint. So I can put in a waypoint, right? Yeah, no. This is all Cork. Intersection, nearest VOR. Because there's an NDB, so let's go in and put in the Clonmel one. So type it in. Clonmel is CML. Enter. What's it not liking? CML. There we go. Enter. Alright. So frequency, weather broadcast, no, it's position. Okay, so that's the facility. We can see the frequency, but I want more than that. That's a VOR, user waypoint, NDB. So we can tune to that airport waypoint. So that's where we want to head to, but I don't think we can get a range. That's just the waypoint details. Yeah, I'm trying to think, can we get a range to it? Yeah, we can do this. User waypoint, this will hardly work, will it? Will it? No, because it's not a user waypoint. Right, so how do we get the distance to Clonmel? Nav, terrain, traffic. Alright, so it's not in here. Waypoint information, no. Next, auxiliary, fuel, trip planning, density, utilities, display, comm configuration. I want to use an SPAS. Here we go. Nearest airports, nearest intersection, nearest NDB. Kerry, Clonmel. There we go. So we're 33 miles out. Now you can put in your flight plan, but we can see it here, look. So we can go down to Clonmel. Enter. So 32.7. Keep an eye on our ADF. Pretty much bang on straight. We're on a 055. That all adds up. So we're 30 miles out from the Clonmel NDB. It's pretty cool, right? NDB stuff is class. ADF, I love this. This is like old school, proper old school stuff. It's class. But that's where we're cruising along to now, as we do our usually daily bash of some nice scenic flying. Sure be Janie. Isn't it only gorgeous? There's a few people flying with us. Great to see. Kilworth Camp over that neck of the woods. Cappoquin down to our right. Isn't it only gorgeous? If only this is the real weather. Right. Ballyduff neck of the woods. According to me charts that I'm looking at, we should have wind farms over on our left hand side, which we do. That cool. Like, that's how good VF4 charts here, the Rogers ones. Eric Lynn. In that class, like you can see it, yeah, there should be a wind farm over there on your left. There it is, right? What else can we spot? We've Lismore off on our right hand side. There's a deadly castle in Lismore as well. Pieman Gym, you can configure it yourself. It's from Rambog Mord, and it's awesome. We can move it around and change things on it. Exclamation point wheel, that's where you get the wheel from. Once you have Flow, you can download it and pop it in for free. It's pretty cool. So following our ADF, now if I showed you, this is pretty cool, right? Autopilot off. I just want to show you when it comes to ADF stuff. We're going to drop down here now and we're going to get underneath this mountain, and I want to show you what happens to your ADF. And this is something you need to be aware of when you're flying in mountainous terrain and you're trying to use radio navigation, right? So as we're dropping down, we're still getting a reading on our ADF, right? See it there in the center of the screen? So you want to focus on this guy right here. So it's telling us the NDB is straight ahead. Now look what happens if I put a big mountain between me and that beacon. Easy now. It should drop because we're no longer able to get the signal. I'm hoping it drops. Otherwise, the sim needs to do more work. Okay, it still hasn't dropped yet. This is actually kind of impressive. It's a very strong NDB if that's the case. There it goes. See, it dropped. And the reason why it's dropped, there's a big friggin' mountain in our way. So we can no longer use radio navigation because there's an obstacle between us and that radio beacon, right? See the way it's like, no, I can't get the signal. It's no longer giving us a reading. So full power, we'll start climbing again. And once we get enough altitude, it'll now pick up that frequency. It's using kilohertz. See it is that they're firing up again. So that's all modeled in the sim. If you didn't know that, it's all modeled. Like people say, oh, it's not a sim, it's a game. No, there's a lot of cool stuff in the sim, right? So it knows the story, right? You've high ground in front of you, you're too low to the ground, you can't actually tune into this radio frequency. And we've just shown that now, right? So if you were flying and you were relying on something like an NDB or even a VOR and you've mountains all around you, you need to plan for that. At certain intersections or certain waypoints or intersections, you need to say, right, this would be a good time to check in with our VOR or our NDB, right? Or ADF for that matter. It's pretty cool. So 21 miles out. Get ourselves back on course here. Some nice low level flying. Gorgeous. I mean, something as basic as a Cessna, still a great plane. Alright, so we're going to go back onto heading mode. But we want to climb here, so we're going to say V speed up the hill. Back over to heading mode. And we're arming 4,000 feet. My friends said last week, if it's available on Xbox and PS5, it's a game. Well, it is. I mean, look it. It can be a game or a sim, that's fine. But like when people dismiss, oh, Microsoft Flight Sim, it's not a sim. Well, it is. You know, your ma's modelled in the sim, right? Then play on, I would say. Yeah. Mary from High Climbers Association has complained to you from the IAA. Thank you, Epic Fool. By the way, I joined the league, the F1 Fantasy League. My team is going to win. I'm just saying, it's the best team. Come on, Ireland. Impulse Murph, not sure if you replied to my comment about the lights. The lights. Murph, how does chat control your lights? Oh wait, you dropped me a DM on that as well. I'm like the most ignorant right, so me lights, a couple of ways to set them up in terms of hardware, right? Your lights need to be connected to like some sort of a smart home system that they can be interacted by, right? However, what I use, there's a couple of things you can use. You can use Streamerbot and it can trigger them, or you can use, actually I need to look into that because I'm paying Lumia Stream and I don't need it anymore. Lumia Stream is the software, but there's all triggers. If you look at Streamerbot, I love Streamerbot. If you go to Streamerbot and you look at the actions and you can say, well, right, if I create a new action, well, these are alerts, but if I go into commands and I can say, right, I want a new command, right? Add a command, it's going to say, well, what is it, right? I don't know, call this one mad. The command is going to be !mad. And what do we want this to do? Have a look, right? So we're going to say, right, add this, okay. So now we have mad, and if we look at actions, we're going to find where we've just typed in mad. Where did I put this shagging thing now? I thought it literally just added one. Commands. Ah, here we go. So we find mad. I literally just added one. I'm going to try it again. We're going to add a new command. Name, mad. Command, mad. Sources, it'll be on Twitch. Okay.
Hello there.
Have I, like, you know... Where the hell is it? "47 commands, filter, mad." There it is, right. Let me see, group, you can put it on a group, add, delete, edit. No, that's all fine. So if we now go to an action, and I can add an action, enter a unique action name, mad, alert, grand, default grand, random action, okay. So mad, select above or right trigger. So what's the trigger? Recent trigger was mad. So it's going to be Twitch. It's going to be a chat, is it? Channel? No. Chat. Chat message. And then what do we want it to do? I need to edit this. Test the trigger. Right, what does the trigger do? Enabled add. So when someone types in mad, it needs to do with something. Add. We can go Elgato. The integration, so for this one it's Lumia Stream, right? So we're going to say set color. Why didn't that work? Integrate. This is going to this is probably going to crash. Okay, that's not working. It's all good. I can bug around with it. Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out why that isn't working. Oh, it's because I have two. Right, delete that. Action. Twitch chat. Chat message. Right? Command is going to be mad. Add. Name mad. Command mad. Okay. Action. This is mad. We're going to add... why isn't this thing working? Delete the trigger. Yeah, this is shag now, look. I'm after breaking it. I'll start it up again. You have a copy of Streamerbot running. That's mad, Ted. I'll show you now. Let it load up and do its thing. Right, I want me chat. Now we want to go back into actions. And we're going to add one. So here's mad. What's the trigger? It's going to be a Twitch trigger, right? And it's going to be a chat.
Dreamy, sleepy, nighty, snoozy, snooze.
Thanks very much. It's going to be a chat message. What do we want it to do? Integrations, Lumia, set color, or you can go into Twitch stuff, Streamerbot, Elgato, me camera hub, Stream Deck. Like, you can do loads of stuff. This is like frightening, the stuff you can do, right? Let's put in OBS and a source. Set source visibility state. Yeah, let's go with that. Right, so connection is OBS. The scene is going to be X-Plane, isn't it? The source is going to be face cam, which is in here somewhere. Audio visual Murph's groups near side face cam. Is that what that is? State toggle. Right, we're going to okay this now. So that's now set up, for instance. So I want now, don't all jump at this. I want someone to type in ! mad. And if you do that, if I've done this right, my camera will disappear. Good man, Cy Murray, and good man, Simblitz, you reappeared me. You get the idea? Now you can do that with anything. We can set up you guys to control the sim. You can control my lighting. I can get you to play music. The sky is the limit with how much customization that you can actually do. Streamerbot is the tool to do it. That is mad. Yeah, a great bunch of lads. Look, hey, Gadget's here. Good to see you. Can we buy you food? You can, Briggsy. Yeah. We already control your life. Yeah, yeah. Look, you keep turning off me shagging camera. EFC. Thank you, Simblitz. We're back in action now. Did you get the idea, right? And there's other things you can do. As I said, like, Jesus, who turned that off? Engine fail. No, we used to have those installed, the engine fail stuff. Right, I'm going to get rid of this now because you're taking the piss. Delete. And turn me back on now. You can all shag off. Right. A way to turn off your face, finally. You see? This is what happens. You try and do something cool with technology and then Gibbo comes in and punches you in the face. Murph grow hair. Jesus. Right, we're approaching the Clonmel NDB. See the way she's turning away from us because we're passing the gadget, you see? Small, yeah, you can shag off, you know. It's one of those commands that would need a long cooldown. Yeah. But there's other stuff I could do in there, you know. Change accent. Terribly well that you've asked us to change our accent. We can change it to many different things. Grow big hands, towel. Murphy reads everything, right? Get a stand-up, sit-down desk. What? And like have to be doing what you do? Are you mad? Singlish. Yeah, Singlish works. Right, so at the NDB, we've now passed the Divil. Now, the NDB could work two ways. You could get a reverse course for your NDB if you wanted to, right? I need the grow hands one, right? Greetings from Brazil. Welcome in, Mayon. I pressed the wrong button. I was going to try and mute myself like this. And then you're all saying, we can't hear you, Murph. And I'm like, inverted. Yeah, you can do all the, like, you can do all sorts of cool stuff. Like, if you look at the Streamerbot side, these are all the different alerts that I've programmed in, right? But there's other stuff we can do, like, We can create a new one and say, well, look, what are the actions? You know, so if we go in here and say, well, add. Well, what are you adding? Give it a name, or it needs to find what it is. Yeah. So again, we'll go really mad. And then if we go back to our commands, we find mad, and let's edit this guy, and we'll put in exclamation point really mad, right? And we come up here to our actions, really mad. It's going to be triggered by Twitch chat. And that could be like a bot whisper, that could be like a message, that could be a cheer. So like if someone cheers you can put an on-screen alert, you know, that kind of stuff. We'll say chat message, and what do we want it to do? Streamerbot, text, no, settings, core. This could be pretty cool. So if I do core stuff, keyboard press, actually the delete key is what we want. Where's the check and delete key? There it is. Right. Modifiers. Okay. Now don't do it all together. I want someone to type in exclamation point really mad, and if this works, the camera position should change to external. And my hands are here, so you know, not pressing that. And there you go. So that's technically you lot controlling the sim. Isn't it mad, isn't it? That's really mad. Right? Because I've told Streamerbot, hey, when this chat command comes in, I want you to do a key press. Could you think of the crack you'd have with this? We need to command that battery off. So we used to do all the we used to do failures with this. Alt F4, right? We need a command that only Mr. Two-Tone can use, right? End of 15-hour flight, could you imagine? And then in theory, I mean, I can set up other controls that now you can interact with the ailerons, the elevator, power, flaps, lights. What do I mean? Eject. You get the idea, right? Build kitchen, yeah. Right. That's Streamerbot. If you're interested in Streamerbot, this is where I do a lot of my stuff, the streaming stuff. It's over on Patreon. Because I'm a genius and I said, no, put it behind a paywall, because it's not our usual flight simming things, you see. So if you're interested in learning more about streaming and setups and all this, ramble on over to Patreon. Oh, don't close that. If you go over to Patreon, there's a lot of content there about setting up your stream. And you can go to Patreon. There's an update coming soon. I'm going to do a post on it soon, and I'm going to start delving into Streamerbot and what you can and what you can't do. And other things. I mean, I can get you to trick your cameras like this, look. Ah, Jesus! Right? You know. You're 3 steps away from not even needing Murph. I agree. Loads of different camera angles, look. And the scare, isn't it terrifying? Look at me lovely hoodie, look. It's lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. What's next to Say Intentions? Anything cool? There's always something cool with Say Intentions. Always. Both engines fail for 1 million Murph points. Gadget, right? No shorts today. Days of no. What was glowing on the back of your head? This is TPHI. If you look very closely into the camera, you'll see it. You know, just for you now. Look, is that what you were looking at? Just that, just there, was it? Was it there? It looks like it was there. Right? Brilliant. Crazy Legs. Cheers, buddy. Those small hands didn't cover it. Right. Anyway, we're going to progress on with the next stage of today's lesson. So that's our flying completed. We have done NDB navigation, and basically it's all about learning the airport, right? We'll spend more time doing some of this soon, right? But I do need to jump us over now, planning for our Vatson flight this evening, because we're flying somewhere we don't really know. Now to do this, I'm going to bring you along on a journey, because I need to install all my hardware. you lucky ducks. So you get to join me for this. Are we ready for this now? Are we? So, this is going to be hilarious. Exhibit A. The man has a shelf. And I'll show you what we're going to do here. Because I need to... Jesus. I need to make sure I don't break any wires. You know what I mean? Should be okay. I hope. Right. Now, make sure we're not going to break anything. This is very important. And now we tighten this gadget. This is the first of many gadgets we need to work on. Just about to get interesting. I'm telling you, you have a meeting in 10 minutes. I have the ambulance on standby. Come on, Gabo. I'm looking forward to the chaos, right? Murph, don't worry. Every legend starts from a shiny star. You just happen to shine from the back of your head. Wait, what? Thank you, Oz Flight Simmer. Yes, very kind of you to say so. Brilliant. Better, do you use to fly an X-plane? I fly an X-plane the odd time, yeah. It depends on the flight. I reckon when I get my PC back, I'll start doing a bit of streaming again. Epic, you should. I remember your streaming setups, dude. You should be streaming. I tied her up, but she escaped to cause trouble. It's okay, Mr. TVHI. Next time, use a reef knot. It gets tighter the more it loosens. Wait, what? Reckon I can get away with a Slack message. Sorry, I want to be around, but some idiot is about to do something entertaining. Yeah, that always works. Right, what am I doing? Oh, yeah. I need another shelf. What's over here? Ah, brilliant. This is brilliant. Right, hang on. I need one of the... Jesus. I need one of those. And now I need one of these. Getting feckin' serious now, lads. Just getting... I need some WD-40, though. You know. Now. This needs to be situated there. How do we tighten this? Ah, yes, we tighten it this way. Make sure you have one of those. Indeed. And now I'm putting another shelf in. Would you not think of going full screen with the cam? Yeah. Yes, that's a great idea. Oops. Ah, me finger. Right, hang on. Tight. Is that loosening it? Yeah, feckin' idiot. Righty tighty, lefty loosey. Right, hang on there now. We get ourselves set up here now, lads. This is going to be absolutely amazing. I need to put this back far enough that it's not... Well, I can rest it there. I don't know. One out so far. That's actually worse looking. I can assure you, I'm tightening something on the desk, right? What's Murph doing? That's terrible, isn't it? I'm tightening the yoke, you know. Give out! You wouldn't have seen this on the other one. For feck's sake. Why are you getting red in the face, Murph? You know, my arm is killing me. Right, now. No, that's not tight yet. Get in there now. Couldn't tie it. Oh, Jesus. You lot are banned. All he is, right? You know. He hasn't quite finished. Jesus. Right. Now we have one of these. And this guy, it sits there like that. Right. Balls, that should have been in. Under. Now remind me not to bash my head today, lads. I feckin' bashed my head the last day. I nearly lost my whole head. Right, that goes there. Oh, he does off. Here's this one of these. Now. Easy now, Murph. One must be careful. Simply doesn't just... Jesus. One simply doesn't just, you know, plug in the gear. So. Now, we're nearly there. I mean, this is impressive. This is impressive. Balls. Yeah, you made it. Oh. I need more hands. I'm on my new clock. Jesus. Come out there, you divil you, and come around. and under. There you go. That lives there. This a gadget. Oh look, check it out. Gibbo, deadly. Look. Remove before. That's brilliant. That's not brilliant. That's manky. How is that so friggin' manky? Right. Wait now. You're going to live in here, and that's going to go like that, and you're going to go like that. Now, Murphy, try and remember the combination of where you have this stuff plugged in. 1. Here's number 2. And here, here's... Oh, this is going to be real awkward putting this guy in. It's in the back of it. The cover's to help with the dust. Sometimes my genius can generate electricity. Right, now let's see. So we need one of those, one of these, one of those, one of these. Sim App Pro. And now we come back over to this camera. Right. I'll show you all now the setup, right? Okay, Sim App found updates. Go on, sure. Now, is all my stuff working? Remove before flight. Yes, it's all working. Wait now, shouldn't that light up? Ah, I'm after pressing my finger. Ah! Right, hang on. Yeah, okay. There you go. Right, it's in stuff. Oh, yes. 2 to 3, yeah. Sometimes you say, you're right. I don't want to generate electricity for all the gear in that room. I'm telling you. Right, we're going to launch the SimApp Pro once again. Yes. And we're going to go for our A320 Phoenix. Now, was he in the CFM or was he in the IAE? I think I'm into the IAE. Now, where are we flying tonight? This is terribly important. Where are we actually going? Who's in charge? Naughty, where are we going? One of these. And group. GROU group flights. Calgary to Vancouver. Oh, yeah. CYYC. In you go, you big Jesse. Right. We'll go up there to number 16, sure. Now, live time and live weather. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. And reload in, sure. Now, let's see what happens. Bloody hell, me setup, lads. I'm telling you, some setup this. I'll turn on other gadgets here now so we can see what's happening. Right, we need the old Phoenix to come live. Hello, Phoenix. It's been a minute. And let's see what happens with this gear. Now, friends, we shall see if this is actually working. Okay, that doesn't look right at all. Why is that so out of shape? Did you hear that? That was my finger! Okay, these are shagged. Right, we need to fix this. Ooh, now. All is well. Right, press this. Press that. Press this. Up here. Let it be live. Now, where is this now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Crew supply, ground control, nav, wing, emergency lighting, overhead, integrated lighting. Thank you. 1, 2, 3. Screens are coming alive. Why isn't this working? Houston, we have a problem. Okay, now, controls configuration. Using the throttle. Calibrate the throttle. Set thrust to max reverse. Next, idle reverse. Next, idle. Next, climb. Next, flex. Don't mind if I do. Next, toga. Next, store. Now. Oh yeah, it's not like in life, look. Why is it doing that now? Right, need to try that again. Okay, set thrust reverse. Maximum reverse. Reverse idle. Idle. Climb. Flex. Toga. Store your calibration. Right, how are we looking now? Does anyone know why that's happening? Look, it's giving us a tiny bit. That's a problem. That's a problem. Calibration. Calibrate the throttle. So, step 1 of 6. Please push the throttle of the current device to the max rev position and hit start. Or Y and or X. Okay. Or Y. Please push the throttle of the device to the rev idle position. Put it to the idle position. Put it to the climb position. Put it to the flex position. And put it to your toga or toga. Okay, now we need to do this guy. Again. Hang on. Okay. Need to go through this shagging thing again. Calibrate. Full reverse. Idle reverse. Idle. Climb. Flex. And toga. Store. I have 2 hours to sit in your boat. Linny! What the hell, lads? There's something not right in the realm. Anyone see this before? Murph, your full reverse puts the sim throttles to max throttle. This is why Murph can't have nice things. No, there is... Well, hang on. Did I not load the profile? Is that what's wrong with the Sim App Pro? Maybe it wants a profile. It should be already loaded though. Yeah, look, oh, it's not running. Why isn't that running? Close your game, click this again, then start your game. Really? Is that what we have to do? Let's have a look. This is delete your reverse thrust in your controls in the sim. Dazza, you've had this before? Without using Sim App Pro, that is, don't know if it's working wing control. Alright, so hang on. Let us do what we should have done from the start. Task manager. We'll kill the sim, and then we're gonna load back in. But this time we're gonna make sure we've Sim App Pro running. Because I think that's what I forgot. I missed a step. Alright. Sim App Pro. Run. After confirming activation, please change the current device configuration profile. Yes. Okay. Close, run, profile, start again. Yeah. Yeah, they need to fix this. This is a pain. There should be an auto run of your profiles. I'm sure there's a way we can do it. Yes. Want this guy next. Let us see. Run. Let's see what happens here. Okay. So yeah, it says active. It says it's active, yet shouldn't it say running? No. Shouldn't that say running? I wonder, should I close this and start it again? We'll close it and start it again. Let's just be sure, lads. We'll try it all again and see what happens, right? So, key binding. And we're going to go over to the Ursa Minor first. The Impossible Face, good to see you. Tabletop Android, good to see you. Welcome in, lads. So I'm saying run this, but like surely I wonder will it like select the configuration. Confirm activation of the wind control joystick. Yes. Yes. Okay, it says active. Right. Now we go over to our throttle. Let's see what happens. Like, I don't mind. Once I know how to do it and it works, then we're grand, right? We want to run this. And it's going to say, do you want to run it on this gadget? We're going to say, yes. Wind control throttle. Yes. And then we go to our Mac 2. There's a good chance I'm going to have to reconfigure the flaps. But I'm not too worried about that. And I'm wondering, like it just says A320. I'm unsure, did I add this to, was it the CFMs or the IAEs? I think it's the IAEs. Okay, they look good to me. Fire the sim. Now, while we're here, let's go in and have a look at our flight for this evening. So we're flying out of, ladies and gentlemen, Calgary, isn't it? Yes, Calgary, and then we're going over to Vancouver. Ooh, so Calgary to Vancouver. We have a sim brief flight plan. We'll go ahead and grab that, and we have some sceneries landed in. Block time is about an hour 45. Sim brief Firefly 235. Aircraft is going to be an A320, and we'll go with the IAE. Let's have a look. Botag 4. Wait, there's no SID out of here. Is that right? 35 right, 26 left. So straight out departure. All right, generate. Venti Sky. Let's have a look. So we'll come on over. We're over this neck of the woods. So let me see. Calgary. Jesus, there's Calgary. So temperature, we'll go up to this evening. Temperature in around Calgary, plus 5 degrees. Vancouver, plus 7. As the day gets warmer, plus 9. Right? Fair enough. That's grand. So temperature's okay. The wind speed, at the moment, winds are coming in from the north and east. Relatively calm. Come this evening, they're coming in from the west. All right. At altitude, as we ramble across, bit of a headwind and then a savage crosswind. So we've about a 20 knot headwind on this flight. Nothing major, that's okay. Cloud coverage. Calgary, there's a bit of cloud moving in. And let's have a look. Vancouver, it should brighten up in Vancouver this evening. So that cloud is kind of moving across from Vancouver. All right. What about precip? Is there any rain? Yes, there's snow in the area. And it looks like we're going to get patchy fog or very light rain in and around Vancouver.
Hello.
26, not left more for normal ops. 26 right. Watch out. 26 right. All right. Should be the same. Canuck 6. Yeah. Right. Let's regenerate. Sim Gamer, good to see you, buddy. Thank you for the follow. All right. Okay, so the weather, I'm fairly okay with the weather. Winds, bit of a crosswind, gonna have a bit of a southerly wind. No real rain, bits of snow to the north of us, watch for that. But everything else seems to be good. Cloud cover, we should be looking in Calgary and even luckier in Vancouver. So that's what the weather's giving us, right? So that's all well and good. How's the sim getting on? Loading. What else do we want to look at here now? So, well, a couple of things. Block fuel, I reckon's 5 tons. Baggage, grand payload, passenger count, that's all okay. Cost index 5. Cruise altitude 360. 360. Let's go ahead and bring Navigraph into the equation. And we can load in our flight plan. Navigraph. Uniform Goose. Good day, Goose. Welcome in, buddy. All right, so let us unload and we'll import our flight plan from SimBrief. Horse it in there. Firefly 235. Get rid of this guy. You can load in. Come on, you devil. You can do it. Let's see what happens. It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it. Let's see. Ba-dum-ba-ba-dum-ba-bum. That's not like Navigraph now to have a moment. Import from SimBrief. She's struggling. We'll try it again. Restart. Oh. This is usually fairly instant. She doesn't want to load in. That's interesting now, isn't it? Jesus. Where are we at, Sim? 61%? You can do it. Anyone else having that issue with Navigraph? Okay, it is able to load routes. And here's the flight here, so yeah, that's strange. Very strange. All right, so take off. Let us have a look. Where's my charts?
FS Realistic plus connected.
Why can't I see my charts down below? What the? Am I missing? Why have you no charts loaded? There we go. Bloody hell. Right. Airport. We're going to be up at 16 down here. We're expecting blasting off. And what do we say? 35 right. All right. Bit of a taxi. So 35 right. And that's going to take us then to the Botag fix. And then we look at a star. Booth. Mechanic 6 arrival at Booth. There's Booth. And watch your speeds coming in. Approach runway 26 right. What do you got in ILS here? Mogus or Goreg? I'd say Goreg. We call it final either, but we can go Goreg. You know, don't turn off me telly. Let's have a look now. RNAV ILS. ILSY. Or Z. No Z. Goreg and then in. Let's have a look at the ILS. Did I not load that ILS for me? Set approach. Navigraph is having issues, lads. Look. Hello? Okay, let's leave Navigraph do its thing for the moment. I unloaded my last flight. It's taking sweet time. Okay, so Navigraph broken something. All right. Now, let's try this crack again. Phoenix. Ontario. Calgary. Alberta. Isn't that the state? Gate 16. Live. Stefan, good to see you, bud. Welcome in. Canadian Texas, right? Right, hopefully this will all work now with my hardware and we figure out what's going on. I'm hoping this works. I'm just hoping it works. Right. There's weirdness going on, lads. Here's our ILS. Goreg. Missed approach, climb 420, heading 263, right turn. And then left turn, and then Dutno. Okay. Missed approach is fairly grand. Radar or RNAV prioritization, that's okay. Alright, that's all fairly straightforward. Right, can we see his stuff working? Batteries 1 and 2. External power. Lighting. Nav logo, emergency lights, wings. Why is that happening? There's a setting I've clearly missed. Let us see. Throttle. Yeah. Reverse. Hold throttle reverse. Button 42. There's a problem with the reverse idle. Scroll down and check the aircraft config profile. No, it's not liking something. I mean, they're fine up here, look. The problem is idle. Yeah, we'll try the Mac do again, but like... Thrust lever, calibrate. Max reverse. Next. Idle reverse. Idle. Climb. Flex. And toga. Save. No, it's still shagged. It's the same as the fly-by-wire Airbus. You have to set your reverse on the iPad. No, man, this was working flawlessly the other day. This is a new issue. There's something not agreeing with something. There's a mismatch or a mismatch ever so slightly. And when I looked at the sim app stuff, it was showing me that there was a tiny bit of movement on the right axis. And there still is, look. There's like a tiny, tiny movement on that right axis. Calibrate when the throttle stays idle. Use your mouse to move the left throttle, then confirm it. No, because look what happens, Si. If I do this calibration, right? Set max reverse. My hardware is now set max reverse, right? I know what you're saying. Let's try it this way. That's now max reverse. Next, idle reverse. Idle. See that 2%? Yeah, it is a pain in the hole. %. Climb. Flex. Toga. Start the calibration. Now, I just paid the bill for getting me wing control stuff shipped from the EU warehouse. If you can get all this sorted in advance, that would be great. Single stroke, double shaft and Simat Pro. Wait, what? Single stroke, double shaft. There's something not right here. That's why we do our testing now and not tonight. The IAE. Again, Murph, you can try the Splendid Sim Hanger profile for the Phoenix. No, it's not the profiles, Roy. The profiles are working. Do you know what I mean? Now, my flaps are now completely reversed. Right. Anyone else have this issues? So my flaps are now reversed. I have that in my settings. You may need to recalibrate in Simat Pro again. Spoiler. Oh wait, shite, it's not, no. It's flaps, Murphy, it's flaps. Alright, flaps are fixed. Now, I use FSU IPC for reverse. Yeah. Vex, you spend more time doing this than flying. Okay, so it's a known problem, right? Use control panel to see if hardware communicating incorrectly. You have that in your settings. You may need to recalibrate in Simat Pro. Okay. Single stroke double shaft, whatever the effect that is, but let's go into RY calibration. RY, select, push the throttle to the current device max reverse position, then hit start. Put it into idle. Next. Stick it into idle. Next. Into climb. Next. Flex. Next. And toga. Done. Okay. Now, we'll go to the left hand side. Again. Next. Next. Let's see what this does. Could Moby flight not be an option for this? It probably could. It probably could, give out, yeah. But like, this should be able to do it itself. Let's start again. Max reverse thrust. You lot need to get down the hill because you're absolutely drunk and mad. That is now max reverse thrust. Next, go to idle, reverse. Next, idle. It's after finding that, look. Next, climb. Next, flex. Next, toga. Next, store the calibration. I followed someone on YouTube to do all this. It wasn't as simple as you think. Check the Phoenix EFB. What are we looking for, Larry? Could be one of your other hardware devices? Yeah, it could be. But the fact that it could be. Like, that's just wrong. It's idle position. Like, it's going into reverse for idle. And then if I put it into full reverse. Yeah, there's something not right here in the world of things that aren't right. I didn't do this the other day. This is strange. Okay. Let us reassess the situation. Let's try the CFMs. Hey, Clem, good to see you. Having issues with our hardware, yeah. It wasn't doing this the last day, so I don't know what the story is. CFM. We'll go to CFMs. SL or WF? I can't remember. We'll go with this, though. You have to get rid of the reverse axis dedent in the calibration of the stuff. And that is my advice. That did the trick. What do you mean, Roy? The reverse dedent. You see, it has its own, you see. You know what I mean? Like, what I'm saying is, all of this worked pretty much out of the box. And it's only today I'm trying to use the stuff. It's freaking out. It could be the IAE. Maybe I didn't try that the last time. I'll have a look. We could be lucky. Let's see what happens. Usually you get reverse on axes. Okay, chase plane. Are you not doing your thing? Okay, it definitely wasn't in this aircraft because I've no view set up. Yeah, definitely not this machine. Yours working fine there? Yeah, I don't know what it is. We'll go back to the IEs. And try it again. We'll figure it out. The sim doesn't play nice with the connection of the SimApp Pro. You're better to calibrate it or set it up in the sim itself. We'll probably have to end up doing that, Roy. It's weird though, like the SimApp Pro, like it was working fine. Do you know what I mean? I'll use Mobi Flight if I have to. Right, we'll try it all again. Okay, this is driving me nuts.
60% of the time, it works every time.
Is there a curve that comes No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I picked the wrong aircraft. You'd wonder why I just shouldn't be allowed to do much.
The boarding requested.
Oh yeah. I was in the wrong airplane. That was a 319, you muppet. Let's try the 20 again. We'll get there now, lads, eventually, right? If it still doesn't work, I'll... It doesn't make sense, though, because it was working, right? I mean, it was absolutely fine. Doesn't make sense. Try to clear the calibration. You know, I've done that twice. We've done it twice. Now, I'm hoping this is going to shag and work. Right, at least we're in the right machine. Why is it doing that? Look. That should be like... idle is there. It's not respecting the D-dent. That's where our crux of the matter is. It ain't respecting the D-dent. D. Climb. X. Toga. Okay, so that's saying it's now calibrated. And if I go in to test it, it's still not done. Have I updated the Phoenix? Yeah. It sees the whole axis as one despite the thrust reverse D-dent. Disconnect your joystick and gamepad, try things again. Finally, issue will probably pop up. Do you reckon? Did you try plugging it out and plugging it back in? No, that didn't do it. Try the MacDo again. To calibrate it. Alright. Set max reverse. Why are they going fully forward? Like, that's just taking the piss. Max reverse set. Idle. What the hell? Idle. Full idle. See, this is getting a reading of like ND dent. Well, that's what we want. Climb. ND dent. Flex. ND dents. Toga. ND dents. Store. So one is saying max reverse and the other saying idle. Max reverse both sides, right? This isn't max reverse. That's up here, look. Why is this so shagged? Like, why is it absolutely, like, calibrate? Set thrust, max reverse. Done. Idle reverse. Done. Idle. Done. Climb. Done. Ah, there's a problem. There's a problem. I'll have to go back and fix that. Are you using it? No, no. Have you tested with the A350? No. Yeah, there's something just not right in the round. How do we figure this one out? It's going into she's going into reverse when it's not in reverse. That's where idle should be according to the hardware. That's full reverse according to the hardware. Captain Cayman, yeah, you had this. It was a keybind. Max reverse is full down. Reverse idle is just above max reverse. Idle is the bottom of the white. There's no... It doesn't make sense. It's just not making sense. Another fault finding stream, indeed. Yeah, it's completely mixed up with what's happening. That should be full reverse, right? Yeah, it's shagged. Try skipping full reverse or idle reverse to see from there on. But then we lose reverse, you see. Remove the throttle reverse axes from the 2024 binds. Hold throttle reverse thrust says it's on button 42. Hold throttle reverse thrust is on. So that's the one? We clear this? Is that what we're saying? This is all terribly confusing. Try calibration again. Calibrate. Boat to maximum reverse. We'll try it again just for the absolute giggles. Boat in D-dents. Now go to idle reverse. Idle, idle. Now go to idle. Idle, idle. Now go to climb. Boat in detent. Go to flex. And then toga. And store. Jesus! Calibrate without calibrating the reverse stages. Okay. It's telling me to set thrust levers to max reverse. And we're saying ignore that. Am I right in saying that, Clem? We leave them in idle? Or do we physically move these down and press nothing? Climb. Flex. Toga. Save. Okay, it's done us something. But now we're losing the right throttle, look. Calibrate again. This is all new. Like, I just didn't have this issue. Like, this is very much you plugged it in and it just worked. You know what I mean? Yeah, no, Daz, I did the same. And look, why is that doing that? I mean, there's something not right. You got a DM, Murph? Hold fire. Roy, are you using the same hardware though? Because it's the hardware that's resetting the variables. Do you know what I mean? For instance, if I show you the SimApp Pro settings. Right? This is lighting up exactly the way it should on this screen. Exactly. There's something not right there. Bloody hell. There's no update for it. Right. Turn off the SimApp Pro software. And we'll try Moby Flight. No, Epic, nothing else there. So we're looking for Moby Flight. Moby Flight, wind control, Ursa, throttle, Phoenix. Bum ba-dum bum bum ba-ba-da-ba-dum. Download. Moby Flight, wind control, AGP, no. Moby Flight, wind control, Moby flight. Where's the... Where's the other yoke? Right, hang on. Let's have a look at this. Phoenix has an article on how to get the Ursa to work with SimApp Pro. Yeah, no, I've like... This was working. This is the problem, right? This was working just fine. Everything was installed. I had no issues whatsoever. The problem now, there's something not right. Because it's not syncing the throttles correctly. Moby profiles and Phoenix A3. Okay, file, open. Desktop. Moby. New folder. One, please. Ursa minor throttle with the Ursa minor throttle. Assign. Okay. Run. Please follow Python not... What? It's still not doing it. Restart the sim. We've done that already though. We've already restarted it. There has to be something stupid and simple. Like, is there something? Is there like an axis being worked on something else? There's our joystick. That's fine. Nothing weird about that. Our pedals are working, right? There's no other axes that I'm aware of. Speed brakes are working fine. Flaps are working fine. The throttles are working in climb, thrust, and toga. It's when they get back to idle is the issue, and reverse. You know? Calibration etiquette. Like, everything's working, it's just there's a mismatch here. Try this one more time for the crack. So we need to tell it set it to maximum reverse. But it's not able to go to maximum reverse. This is my problem. So we'll try this again. We will get this working. Next. Idle reverse. Next. Idle idle. Next. Climb. Flex. Toga. Save. Son of a bitch. Don't touch the sim throttles when calibrating. Don't touch them. See, my problem if it yeah. Right, clear the calibration. You're saying don't touch the sim. Right. Calibrate. Full reverse. Idle reverse. Idle. Climb. Flex. And toga. That's not max reverse. That's idle. That's max reverse. When you put reverse in real life, it's toga in the sim. Maybe reverse option ticked. No, because I've removed it from a button. It should be just a slider. You know what I mean? This is strange though, because like it thinks idle is now like going into reverse. It should be up here. How are we having issues? How are we having issues? This doesn't make sense. So, hang on. If I turn off... If I turn that off... None. Right? And we run Moby. Throttle axis 2, the Y axis. Oh, that looks good. Right. Can't remember what problem I had. I ended up using Vanilla Axis Microsoft Flight Sim. I don't have any more ideas. It's hard to help through chat. Hopefully you figure it all out. No worries, Clem. Thanks for your help, buddy. Yeah, done that. I think it may be a mechanical sensor. 0 to 100. Just try plane axes. You see, these are set by SimApp Pro, you know what I mean? It's no, like that. Yeah, it's still not right. Very strange. Yeah, Roy, I'm not sure that configuration will work. No, because that's the Trustmaster stuff. If you bind the throttle to something else, like the joystick slider, can it do the same calibration, get the same issue? I can use a different joystick, but I don't understand. I put a link in for someone setting these up. Is it on Discord, does it? Settings, control, reverse axis off in MacDo. Hang on. Clear that. Settings, control configurations. Reverse on axes. Where did you see that? Using custom throttle profile. Very strange. Very strange. I don't get how it goes from it was working fine to it ain't working at all. You know what I mean? We'll fire up SimApp Pro again because I reckon I'm after breaking something. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Roy, but no, because it won't. If I put that profile on top of Wind Control can't read it. And if I set it up as a different profile for the Bravo, grand, but there's no Bravo connected. Do you get me? It's just kind of the way it is. Everything here is working exactly as it was, and I really don't understand how we've an issue here. Right? Now there is that's all fine, and there's no firmware updates, right? Key binding. This is where the crack is. So we go back into this gadget here. Fly a Boeing. I know I was looking forward to flying this gear, so I don't know why I'm having issues with it. So run this again. And this should detect then to say, right, the wind control throttle profile. Yes, that is what I want to use. Okay, so that's now good in. This stuff should all be running, but we'll just double check it. And I'll see then, is there anything else bound to something? I don't believe there is. You know, we'll see though. I can't be the only poor idiot who has this issue. You know what I'm saying? Like someone else has had this issue. Or maybe they didn't. Maybe it is me. We're a special kind, us slot. Right, run that. And we want this to be the joystick. Like I'm trying to think, is there anything? Is there feedback? Is there noise? Do you know what I mean? Right, so they're all in. Let's load this up again. Like, is there like an axis somewhere that I haven't figured out? I did, naughty, I did. Sorry. Daza. Let's have a look.
Good morning everyone, and very warm welcome to another episode of Microsoft Flights in 2024. So today, an exciting day. Wind Control have actually delivered our throttle unit. So that is the PAC throttle metal. To do is you'll notice that your options will be here set to double stroke shaft. We want to change that to single stroke shaft on the options there, and then that'll give you a full range of movement for everything when you go to reverse, as you can see there in the command options.
Yeah, but I'd rather have D-dents.
Next thing you want to do is double check your firmware is fully up to date. So you can see mine's on version 1.08 and version 1.13 at the time of recording.
I use the profiles mostly for analysing.
Each one of these, it'll run through its process, just don't shut the app before. And what you'll notice the first time you launch it, mine will have some configurations there. Option without, what you need to do is come completely out. Open the sim. See
we
what
did
I'm
that.
going to do is I'm just going to look like this, a blank side on this side and loads of options down the right. If it has that other configuration option, it will say that it can't open it. That's due to this thing that we just looked at a minute ago in the configuration, so you need to just double check the option.
Did all that. Did that.
Because I've used it before, it's not going to be successful. So if we that button here and click on the assigned option, and then hopefully now you'll have loads of assigned options on here, which is
yeah, we're getting all that, and you see the throttles are working.
I'm just going to.
It'd be different if I couldn't get them working. Like, is he? I wonder, does he have the same alignment?
So you may notice that mine now is actually going to show fully as it should do. However, most people's will look something like that, or when you go into max reverse, it actually goes to toga settings.
Yes, that's exactly it.
So basically what we need to do now that the profile is all set properly, we need to go to the configuration option here, controls configuration, and basically we're going to calibrate it with the Phoenix, and so it knows exactly where it is in place with the Phoenix. So I'm going to click clear calibration.
We're getting somewhere.
Calibrate option here. So it wants us to set to max reverse thrust. So we'll do that. As you can see there, obviously at the minute it's going to show it as not being there. And then we want to move to idle reverse, which is at this point here. Then we want to bring the handles down and hit it. Option is So now what we should notice is if we go max reverse, we have the full range door. How you hours and hours working out what button does what, for what ask.
Okay. Okay. Let's go that exact approach. Do. Balls, what did I just close? Jesus. We shall use the same approach. Close the sim and get SimApp Pro back up on the screen. Now, device. This Hooran thing here now. Single action is what he's gone for. And we say yes. Now, if we go single action, we go back one. We go to key binding. You cancel the call. This is more important, right? I would be right in removing this now. And don't do anything. We're going to go back into our device. We're going to go back into here. Single, calibration. We're going to set the two of these puppies together. So put them into max reverse and hit start. Start. Max reverse is set. Perfect. Begin. Now we're going to move to the reverse idle, which is there. Just in case I've done something stupid. Now we're going to go to idle, which is there. Climb, which is there. Flex, which is there. And toga, which is there. Right, they've now been reset. Back into our test. We're keeping on a single, yeah, perfect. Reverse, full reverse. Okie dokie. Go back. Key binding. Ursa Minor. And then we'll pull across this puppy once again. Download. Force it across. We're going to say run. Yes, it is that. After confirming activation, please change the current device configuration profile. Confirm. Yes. Fire the sim. If this works, I take it all back. Dazza is a lovely person. Not anyway in Egypt, you know. This is a total faff, though. Why do you have to do... I nearly fell off my chair. Why do you have to do this, though? You know what I mean? Like, what caused it from being absolutely fine to suddenly now it's not fine? I don't get it. Or maybe I was just lucky the last time. Or is this something you have to do periodically? Because if it is, like, they need to work on that. The gear is absolutely deadly, but like, you can't have this friggin' stuff, you know? Must be designed for the Irish. Check off! Yes, I know, I broke it. Okay. Oh, sure, I'm missing half me gear. This is terribly embarrassing. Here I am trying to do flight simming and I'm missing half me shagging gear, look. I forgot this thing! All me buttons, look. Balls! We plug this in. Is that the right one? USB. In there now. Yup. Yes. Wouldn't it? I mean, wouldn't it be hilarious if this is the reason why nothing worked? I mean, I would deserve a slap at the jaw if that was the case. You know what I'm saying? Right, get in there now. Let's see what happens now, sports fans. This could be hilarious, you know. SimApp Pro, clearly created by the Irish. For the crack. Just to see what would happen. You know what I mean? The good news is my new clock is working. My beautiful, beautiful attire that Gibbo has made for me, our fancy merchandise, is working. It's working well. There's no bugs on this, I can tell you. It would have been interesting flying with the Boeing MCP. I think so, Malky. But it's alas, we have put in our FCU, and all should be well in the realm. It's quite crowded here, but we'll get over it. We'll figure it out, right? I just want this to work now. I really just right. It's 3:15. There's not a child washed. Jesus. If this works, you can buy me that clock. Yep. Here's a new clock. It is a nice looking clock, isn't it? It's grand, yo, so it is. Right, what's going to happen now? This is all, you know. I'm going to charge me Apple Pencil here while we're waiting. You get up there now, out of the way. Jesus, no, out of the way. Out of the way. Right. Maybe we just have to wait in the sim. The Moby flight stuff is very good, but yeah. We'll have to wait and see, lads. Sometimes everything here is going to be grand. Other times it's just not going to be grand. You know what I mean? Play the drums. If this works, you deserve a new stream deck. Man John. That's exact right. I do like the setup though. Can I show you from this camera? I can. Look. Dish. So we have the Ursa Minor joystick here. Airbus left stick. Here's the throttle gadget area. Right? And then we have like all our other stuff. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Isn't that cool? And then our Mac do over it. Like, it's deadly. It just needs to work. Do you know what I mean? If it doesn't work, you're out of the well. Oh yeah, 100%. That goes without saying, Malky. Jesus. If this doesn't work, like, it's, you know. In fact, you'll find it hard to get back into it again, I'd say. Frustrating? It's flight sim, man. They're designed to frustrate us. Just means we appreciate things more when it works right. How many screens do you have? Too many. Far too many. I just want it to work. 103. That's why we do our testing now, friends. You know what I mean? That's what we're going to be singing tonight. As we fly from Calgary to Vancouver, Canada A, Canada, eh? What are you talking about? Oh, heck yeah, buddy. I just want to go to Canada. You know, I'd love to go to Ontario. I'd love to. Hold on now. If it doesn't work, I suggest you follow the link step by step offline. Listen. None of this offline crack, right? Do we want to see this thing work and not give us a reason to go, Jesus? Yes, we do. Let me see. Zoom in. It's going to be nighttime by the time we get going. Gate 16. Up you go. In you get your big Jesse. Custom. Yeesh. Start the flight and let's see what's going to happen. It could be very lucky. It could be great or terrible. Oh. Did I tell you of a creak in my neck? It's a long taxi. Aye. Should be grand. We're ready to fly. Why did that suddenly open? Oh, it's for the ground power unit. Right. Now, Jesus. The legs on my keyboard have folded. Meaning I've lost my little angle. Right, now. This is all a little bit kind of tight like a tiger. Now, looking at my stuff, they're shagged. But now we'll do our calibration with the aircraft. Isn't that what they said? Isn't that what they said? Yes. Jesus, the noises. I double clicked that. Let there be lights. All the lights. No, right. So, into configuration. Do you remember when the fuel flap was open mid-flight? No. Yeah, well, yes, and I didn't like it. Okay, calibration. Using a custom gadget, let's calibrate the aircraft. Set thrust levers, maximum reverse. Next, Put them into idle reverse. Next, put them into idle. Next, put them into climb. Next, put them into flex. Next, and now toga. I followed the video. That's it! You're out of the shagging wheel! Oh. Is that the time? To clear it and recalibrate. What happens when you clear it and leave it at default? With the aircraft, it uses its last known configuration. I feel this is a hardware issue. No, this is a Phoenix issue. Or it's a sim issue. There's something in here not right. Yeah, it's not active, Naughty. What the hell? I still think something to do with the profile settings. You've too many gadgets. Yeah. So like the video we watched, the guy had the exact same issue with this, and I followed what the guy has said to do. Why did it go to double? Should be single. Why didn't that save? Hang on. It should be on single, right? Now how do we save that? There's no save. Just save it. You say nothing. You say feckin' nothing. Full reverse. Idle reverse. Idle. Climb. Flex. Toga. Delete the axes 0 to 100%. Just leave it on throttle axes 1 and 2. Then the reverse on axes option should appear in the MAC-2, so you can set it to off and recalibrate. You're bypassing though the SimApp Pro stuff. You know what I mean? Papa Justify, good afternoon. Try to recalibrate in Windows. No, it's not Windows. Does it? No, it's because the steps it did. Well, I say this, of course. Do it one more time. Watch the video.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very warm welcome to another episode of Microsoft Flights in 2024. So today, exciting day. Wind Control have actually delivered our throttle unit, which is the squad through the.
He's just talking about stuff.
So, with regards to the device, what you want to do is double click onto the actual device. Make sure you're running the latest software updates for.
So single stroke double shaft.
First things first, what you need to do is you'll notice that your options will be here set to double.
Right, hang on. Stall the kettle. We're going to give this one last blast. One last blast. Right? And if it doesn't work after this, I'll try something else. So, come hither now with the video.
Double stroke shaft. We want to change that to single stroke shaft.
Right, all this talk about... Right, SimApp Pro. We're going to close you now and exit everything. Right. Now we're going to reopen SimApp Pro. Yes. And when it loads, I'm going to lift out all the gadgets and then load them back in again. You're making loads of sense here, Murph. Right, get into this gadget. And it has now saved it as a single stroke double shaft. Perfect. First bit done. And we don't need to calibrate it because it's done. Right. Moving on. We now go to our key binding, in which now we go back over to the Ursa minor gadget over here. And we remove this guy. And we'll add him back in. Watch the rest of the video, otherwise Daz will be given out to me.
On the options there, and then that'll give you a full range of movement for everything.
Check.
When you go to your reverse, well, as you can see there in the command options. Next thing you want to do is double check your firmware is fully up to date. So you can see mine's on version.
We've done that.
One of these. It'll run the usual process. First thing you need to do is conduct the calibration, which is really straightforward. I'm not even going to talk through it in this video because it explains everything for you.
Calibrate again. Even though we don't need to, we'll calibrate it again. Remove this. Yes. Now, into calibration. I've calibrated this now freaking 4 times. Let me see. Calibration. And simultaneous calibration. Doesn't matter. I'm using them both together. Put them into the max reverse position. Done. Now, put them into idle. Done.
Can I get a refund?
Idle. Done. Climb. Boat and climb. Now we'll go and put them into flex. And now we'll put them into toga. Finished. Done, and done. Excellent choice. Now, key mapping. And it's going to be this guy when it loads, right? No refunds. Shag right off. Jefferson is here. Good to see you, buddy. Right, let's have a look. Dividia.
Basically, you set it back, go through each stage. Then you have your throttles all the way in max reverse, and then you go through each stage in 2024. And what you'll notice the first time you launch it, mine will have some configurations there. You won't actually have any preset controls on a first launch. So what you're looking for is you go into the control settings of Microsoft Flights in 2024.
I'm just making a new profile.
So where we've got airplane controls. So you can have it specifically for different airplane controls and name it, I don't know.
So you have to create a profile and then you're telling the other one to do. I've done all this.
Because you need to, there's a really cool way of getting these presets done without having all the work of working out which buttons were. So what we're going to do is make sure your sim's closed fully, which is what I'm just, make sure you're logged in on the top right hand side, and also just double check down here at your configuration paths, make sure there is something in there. what you need to do is you want to head over to your key binding options, and you want to click on your throttle, and you want to click on Microsoft. Delete this profile just so it can take you through the full process. So it's down the right. If it has thing that we just looked at a minute ago in the configuration, so you need to, these are like presets that have been set by WingWing. 124 times run option. So what it may do, it's not going to profile and act launch now. Now we wait. So then the sim option.
Okay, so we've done this,
which is exactly. Move back to
right. So pause you for a second there, Chief. Come back now into this. We're going to bring over this guy, download it, horse it in, and then throw it in. Let's see what happens. Good afternoon. Fun fact of the day: Mars isn't actually round. Unlike other rocky planets in the solar system, Mars is actually shaped like a rugby ball, but with different sizes along all 3 axes. Jefferson, I don't know how you do it, but you do it. Good to see you, bud. Norse Viking, hope you're well. Right. Confirm activation. Yes. Do you want to activate it? Yes. Active. Successful. And now it's running. And I'm logged in. Right. Launch the sim.
Daylight.
Into the sim, yes. Load the aircraft. Phoenix loads.
So we'll let this just boot up for a second. Just takes a few seconds just to warm up, especially when it's already set to a preset. So you may notice that mine now is actually going to show fully as it should do. However, most people's will look something like that, or when you go into max reverse, it actually goes to toga settings.
That's exactly what's happening.
So basically what we need to do now that the profile is all set properly, we need to go to the configuration option here, controls configuration, and basically we're going to calibrate it with the Phoenix, and so it knows exactly where it is in place with the Phoenix. So I'm going to click clear calibration. We'll hit the calibrate option here. So
right, so clear calibration and then new calibration
to max reverse thrust. So we'll do that. As you can see there, obviously at the minute it's going to show it as not being there. And then we want to move to idle reverse, which is at this point here.
Let us see.
Then we want to bring the handles down and hit it in the idle option there. Then move it up to climb. As you can hear, it's going to make a lot of noise. And then up to MCT. And then the next option is take off go around, which is definitely going to be done. Then hit store configuration. So now what we should notice is if we go max reverse, we have the full range.
Yes.
Throttles what button does what. So hopefully this video has been to you.
It has been helpful. I just really hoping it works. Fly with me simulations. Fair play to this fella for showing a tutorial. Lads, go over there and give him an hour like and a follow, will you? Because not everyone shares kind of when things break, you know. He has the engines running. Would that make a difference? No. It's purely configuration. Again, if I couldn't get this working from day one, what you guys are suggesting are bang on. These are the things you would check. You would look for your Windows settings. You would look for conflicts with other hardware. The fact of the matter is, this was all working and working well. All of a sudden, it stopped working, right? So this is the issue. So we'll try and sort this out now. Hey, in a second. If this works, brilliant. If it doesn't, I'll shout at it until it starts working. You know what I mean? And we will see. The anticipation, friends. An important step was clear the calibration first before you go off calibrating it. So we'll try that. It worked for Daza. And does it, like, did this happen out of the blue one day? Or, like, is this something that you have to keep doing? Once you know the proper steps to do it, grand. But, like, you know. What do we reckon, lads? One's in chat if this is going to work. Two's in chats if this isn't going to work. Happened when I connected everything, but I didn't need to do it since. Okay. Let's see what happens. One's if it work, two it won't work. Roy reckons this is 100% going to work. Man, that's a put in 6. He spent Yale with a 6. Wouldn't mind. When it worked, when I installed it all, it was absolutely incredible. If not, I will give you my address to send it over. So I fixed these, like these are all kind of locked down on these little shelf thingies. I use Velcro and they work very well. They work very, very well. Right. Flying left-handed as well. That's always, you know. 2:33 a.m. Captain Sticky Rice, good to see you, bud. Did I include my disclaimer? What's that, does it? And I wouldn't mind. I actually, like, I've everything configured for VATSIM and the whole shebang. Just nothing else is working. Right? If this doesn't work, I'm going to be miffed. You know. It will work. Stay positive.
FS Realistic plus connected.
Think it'd be a beautiful bridge. It'll be there. You know, don't hit me with those negative. I have him somewhere. Where's my mouse? Mouse! Come hither, mouse. Now my sim is going to crash.
Oh, man. Don't hit me with them negative waves so early in the morning.
Let's see. Get in there now, you big Jesus, and jump. The life of a flight simmer. It's hard work, lads, isn't it? It's a large cross we all bear.
Yeah, baby, yeah.
If it doesn't work, Merv, take 20 minutes to follow us slowly offline. Can't see why it won't work, though. I followed everything there. Did you shag up your creative space? Not at all. Listen, this is going to be great. I can feel it in me waters. This is going to be great. It's going to be grand now, lads. Right. It's going to be great. Right. Pitch now. And then we get a Wasm crash. Right. Say hello to my little friend. Config. Controls configuration. Throttle. Clear. And then we'll go calibrate. Set to maximum reverse thrust. Next. Idle reverse. Next. Idle. Next. Climb. Next. Flex. And finally, toga. Store it. Now, lads, you tell me how that is absolutely shagged. How is that still happening?
Start the plane.
I followed the video. Addressed in the DM. I have followed the video. That now is going to absolutely wreck me head. There was something else plugged in that is interfering. Possibly. But yet there wasn't the last day. And why this is causing these lads to go fully forward? You know what I mean? factory reset? Everything else is working? Well, I say that. That's now reversed, so that's shagged. That's working. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. I've no idea. Is there a button inside the settings for the axes? You reached Dazza. I'm out of the office right now. Yeah, I have no idea, lads. I have no idea. Perhaps delete the... Can I delete the profile? What did we call this? Because I'm actually deleting the wrong profile. Wind control joystick. That's okay, does it? Now this will come up in an error. Close your game, start your game. Oh. Okay. Airplane controls. Done. New profile. For the aircraft. Great. This is for the throttle. Wind control. Mother of Jesus. Wind control. Wind. London controller is here. Jamie, did you ever come across this? Wind control throttle. Oh wait, hang on. Is it the joystick? Sorry, wind control joystick.
Hello there.
Right. I tell you the issues I'm having, right? Yeah, throttle issues. Yeah, they happen to you as well, mate. Like what? Now I'm tick, so I'll figure this one out. You know, and if not, I'll blame someone. It's on the Phoenix, yeah. Wind control. Type in here. Wind control throttle. And okay. And then we'll close all this. And then we're going to exit the sim. Because we now have created new gadgets and SimApp Pro wants us to go in. Okay. Close SimApp Pro. Yes, close the whole lot. Jamie has something to kick me on. This will be interesting. Because I've watched videos. Our community have been super helpful to try and figuring it out. And we're just not figuring it out. Cheers, man. Throttle mode is forced to mode 2. Now, this is with the Phoenix, right? Throttle mode is forced to mode 2. I don't know what they mean by that. Basically what's happening is if I go in idle, it was like throwing the left throttle into reverse. And if I go full reserve or full reverse, it was showing the throttles in like toga. Yeah, that's the one. All right, okay. So let me see. Right, we need to find this. Follow these instructions. Roger. We will go into here, there, and we'll go to Right. App SimApp Pro device configuration. App data, SimApp Pro device. App data local, I suppose. No, roaming. SimApp. I imagine SimApp want to be closed for this. Yes. Okay, SimApp Pro device config. Back up the device calibration and send it to. Right, well, we'll back it up and we'll park it somewhere on my desktop. Right, now. Run SimApp Pro, click the throttle icon in device page, enter test page. Click calibration button in test page. In calibration page, click calibration records. In the pop-up window, check whether there's a throttle calibration record for Phoenix. If there is a throttle calibration for Phoenix, delete the button and please click the delete button and delete it. Then after delete, go to step 9 of this file. This is very confusing. Let's have a look. If there isn't a throttle calibration record for the Phoenix, delete the device calibration, then restart. Run SimApp Pro again and operate step 1 to 6. Do this only if SimApp version is 1.665. Run the game and check the throttle. Right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to delete you out of there for the crack. And we are going to run SimApp Pro. Yes. And we're going to go the throttle icon in device page, device, throttle. Click calibration. In calibration, click calibration records under throttle game gear. In the pop-up window, check whether there's a throttle calibration for Phoenix. There is not. If there is throttle calibration for Phoenix, click the delete button next to it. Then after the delete, go to... Right, so there is nothing there for the Phoenix. I can see that, right? Right. Grand. Game gear. Throttle gear, game gear. Game calibration, flap handles. Right, so there's nothing there for the Phoenix. We're getting somewhere, lads. Right, we're getting somewhere. If there is throttle calibration for the Phoenix, delete, then go to step 9. If there isn't a throttle calibration record for the Phoenix, delete the device calibration JSON file and restart SimApp. Run SimApp Pro again and operate step 1 to 6. 1 to 6. Run SimApp Pro. Okay, close SimApp Pro. Yes. And there's a new device calibration. Now we'll start SimApp Pro. Device. Calibration. The throttle game calibration. Calibration record. No Phoenix. Okay. In calibration, so we're now saying if the throttle calibration record for Phoenix, delete it, go to step 9. Run the game and check the throttle. Run the game and check throttle. Right. Now I need to do something else though, because didn't I lift out all the shagging things? I need to put the throttle and the joystick back. Delete. Yes. Bring it in. Run. Wind control. Throttle. Set the configuration file. Yes. Yes. Now I need to do the same for the Ursa. You shouldn't need to profile to use wind control throttles in X-Plane 12. You just run SAP. It's auto configured. Polar Penguin. Nice. Delete. Delete. Okay. Download. Run. Wind control joystick. I'll probably need to rebind my settings for that now. Okay. Start the sim. Jamie, if this works, you're a legend and you're in the will. If it doesn't work, we're just going to slag Daza for the rest of the day. Brilliant. Oh. So very strange. Look at the time. I have to go out for the missus now in a minute, lads. Jesus, the day is running away from us. Oh. Let's see what happens. Love the Wing stuff, but it can be annoying. Yeah, dude, isn't it mad? I'm still here, you know. Oh, come on, Daza. I was only saying, you know. Can I have the link for that instructions? Let's see if it works first, buddy. And then I'll pop it over on on our Discord as well. Or Jamie will send it to you. There you go. What's the time on your big clock? Thanks for asking. 15:48. It's 21 degrees in here, lads. You know. Just thought I'd share that with you. Yeah, we'll see if this works. If it doesn't work, I'm completely lost. What's kind of weird is everything was absolutely fine when I set it all up. I went for a flight in the Phoenix, so yeah, it works. Everything works. Got all my keybinds down, no issues at all. Now, shagged. It's all right, lads. We'll figure it out together, right? All is well. That's why we do these troubleshooting things. Stay to me room. I've stuff everywhere. Where's this now? That's the step I couldn't remember, to be honest. Right? Yeah, like it's if there was something that you were doing and you'd say, right, if you do this, you're gonna conflict the profile or whatever. All right, okay, just don't do that, right? Or okay, here's a simple fix for it. Now, if this works and it happens again, well, now we'll know the crack. Right, go into that folder, delete that, and then launch it again. It creates a new one. You're effectively deleting a corrupted file, technically. But there's nothing in there. There's nothing in there for Phoenix. You delete the other profiles. You delete the other ones in there for like the Asobo stuff. I mean, yeah, you can absolutely do that as well. That would work. We're just waiting to load in now, lads. And sure, listen, isn't it going to be great? I could be doing other stuff here now. World map. No, there's a satellite. Satellite, yes. And we want to go to our flight for this evening. So flights, unload is import from SimBrief. There it is. SimBrief seems to be fixed as well. It was a bit kind of jiggery pokery earlier, wasn't it? Satellite, no, world map, night time, and there we go. Okay, we're still at 25%. Come on, Tibby, Jesus with you. Could be worse, Murph. You could be trying to fix it on a short final. Yeah. Right, we'll see what happens. Hopefully this does it. You're trying to download livery for the... I'm trying to download a livery for the fly-by-wire A380, but when I tried to download the livery, the flight sim is asking for your username and password. Huh? No, fly-by-wire is free. So, no, anything looking for your username or password, tell them to shag off. Hyper gamer, just no. You know? You can't send links in the chat, they won't come up, I'm afraid. If you're stuck, drop us a whisper. You know what I mean?
Hello there.
All you eat, Pringles, good to see you. Just wouldn't mind some Pringles. You know, Murphy, you are a Pringle. Once you pop, you don't fucking stop. Right. What else did we to do? Did you see all my stuff? I mean, we did loads of stuff in here. You know, with the layout and the things and the stuff. I remember left-handed Ursa, right? All our stuff here in front of us. The throttles are over here, which you can't see, but they're over in the other camera. They're over there, look. Here's the throttles. And we have our Mac do. But at the moment, everything's turned off. Gibbo, no, nothing's happened. We tried Daz's way, and then Jamie came in, and Jamie has come across this before. So we're now combining Jamie's method with Daz's. As Dazza says, just to be clear, if this now works when Jamie only contributed 10% and mine was 90%, listen, right? Bold, shining. It is a shine. Look, I thought I turned off that camera and I'm talking to myself. Look, Jesus. Murph, did you see the Stream Deck Plus XL? I did. Wait, you're on flightsim.to. Oh, well then that's different.
Hello
there. Sweet time, good to see you. Mate, I give you more grey hairs. You don't need that.
Realistic plus connected.
Post the gear over to Gibbo, right? How good does it look? Dude, it looks so good. It looks so good. But I would be beaten. Beaten, I say. Right, let's try this again, friends, and holy Jesus. We'd have done the flight 3 times, right? Get in there now, quick. I have to pick up the missus now. Lads, someone tell me when it's like 3 minutes to 4. I need to go at 3 minutes to 4. We've about 4 minutes. Right. Will it work or won't it work? Let's find out. Murphy for Elgato partner. It's 5. It's 5 o'clock. Ah! Jesus, she'd kill me. You know. Right. What's going to happen to the thing with the stuff? We could be very lucky. Be very unlucky. It looks shagged, but a quick calibration can fix this. I don't need the pumps on, just turn on the batteries and stuff. Up, 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 in. Riot. Configuration. Clear the calibrate. Now, stick it into full reverse. Next. Idle reverse. Next. Idle. Next. Climb. Flex. Toga. Store it. Now, can you believe it? It's still not working. No worries, Jamie. You got us closer. At least there's no mix-up between them. Now, I wonder, I said, I wonder, boy, do we need to do with this and with that? You stupid thing in the double stroke shaft! See you in your double shaft! Right, save that. Oh, we could be lucky here. Let's recalibrate this. Clear the bath. Just clear it. Now calibrate it. Max reverse to be Jesus out of it. Next. Idle reverse to be Jesus out of it. Now just idle it. Put it into climb power. Flex, you muppet. And then toga. And save. Just save. Now. Now, lads. Worked! Jesus! Ah, brilliant! Look! Where throttles are doing throttle things! Don't even touch the shagging thing! It's staying on forever! Jesus! I would like to thank Jamie and the Academy and my parents, says Dazza. Right? Jamie, you're a legend! Thank you very much indeed. Jesus! Flight Streamer, good to see you, buddy! You witnessed me in my hour of trouble as I with you. It's all grand. Brilliant. Wait now. Is this thing set up right?
Hello there.
We have got each other right. I do. Had I a button set up for... Wait now. What is this called now? You're an Ursa Minor joystick. Input. No, you're not the brakes. Delete you now, you mad. It's transmit com 1, isn't it? Com 1? Transmit? Aha! Select com 1 transit. Yes. And now, you know the autopilot disconnect. It's 4 o'clock. She's going to Kim. It's all right. Hang on. Toggle auto. No, it's not. We need to change this. No, clear that. So it's autopilot disconnect. Autopilot off, isn't it? Autopilot off. Yes. Okay. Now, last trick before we go. Jesus! She's going to kill me! V-pilot! Get in there now, good and tired! Yes! Now, shh! Autopilot off, yeah, hang on, I have to put on my Crocs. This is going to be a dash. I need to dash out and pick up the message. She's going to kill me! Why are you late? Oh, car trouble. No, Jesus. Right. We're connected. Right, get in there. Now, there's no ATC here. Is there anyone here? C TAF CYYC 1189 1184 118 1184. Where are we? Wait, balls, where are we? Calgary. Calgary traffic, Firefly 235 radio check.
555, sir. Now go and pick up the wife.
Brilliant! Feckin' brilliant! Right, lads, you're all great crack now. Everything's working. I'm not going to touch it. You're not to touch it. When we come back this evening, all is going to be well in the realm. Right, I have to go pick up my missus. Wait now. Let's just leave it there. It's everything's safe. Sure, everything's safe. Right, we're back in bloody hell. We're back in 4 hours. Good luck to you. Don't panic. Just hope for the best, Murphy. Oh, Jesus. Don't end in all fear and terrible. Yep. Oh.
Banking. Up.
Shh. Larry red, Larry yellow. Oh, no!
I've had enough of this Wowdy Webble sniggering behavior. Silence! Call yourselves Praetorian guards. You're not. Seize him, blow your noses and seize him. What did Spartacus say when a lion scoffed his wife? Nothing, he was Gladiator.
Where you can enjoy complimentary deluxe continental breakfast daily with afternoon hors d'oeuvres and a fully stocked honour bar. Get up there. Complimentary hot and cold beverages throughout the day. Fairmount Gold combines personalised...
I'm sorry, did you just say hors